Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you the news, right? So before we get started about the Tether Nation and all of the things going on there, I just want to make this very, very specific, and this is to all folks directly out there, to both the Tethers, Africans, whoever it is, and some of the Black Americans out there. When you guys talk about that, I should be talking about real issues and problems and trying to fix the Black community, evaluate certain things. I just want to note that I placed, right, 3 videos back to back, specifically talking about very serious issues in the Black community. And, you know, the reception on those were pretty low. Yo, Lavender, what is up? What is up? What is up? The reception on those were actually pretty low. And I'm highlighting this due to the fact that, again, a lot of people always say, like, yo, Seji, why do you keep talking about, men versus women? You keep talking about the tether. You talk about this, you talk about that. Why don't you actually talk about real issues that are impacting, the Black community and all this other type of stuff? Well, I have, but again, all of those folks who normally tell me that they want to see different content, they want to see more in-depth serious content, like stuff that's actually affecting the Black community, and that's been affecting the Black community historically. 9 times out of 10 those folks tend not to show up at all. So yeah. I can't blame you can't blame a content creator for at least trying it and doing what it is that people wanted, but then those people decide not to sit up there and show up. And yeah, like I said, there's nothing I can do about that. It'd be like that. Yo, Miss Anderson, what is going on? You in here on the first sign? You in here about a good minute 50. I'm proud of you. We have missed you here. We have missed you here. Also, I do have that Call of Duty. Just let you know. Just in case you're trying to sit up there and play, some Call of Duty. We got that on deck. Just to let you know. Patricia Griff, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Tohanga, what is up? What is up? You said we need to drop the term Black and African American and just be American because that is what we are. This is our homeland. See, the problem with that, not understand it, and I've heard a lot of people also, talk the exact same thing too. The thing is that out of everybody on the whole face of this planet, Black people here, and I have to use that in order to give a differentiation. Black Americans have been the most rebranded group out of this whole world. Nobody else even comes close. And especially within the shortness, the amount of time frame that we have. Remember, you had Negro, you had colored, you got African American, Afro American, all of these different things, right? If you want to take it back from that and go back a little bit further, you can even go back to terminology such as tawny. These are definitions that I've gone over, some yesteryears in previous live streams as well. You could sit up there and say American, but so could also everybody else say that they're American. Anybody that is a naturalized citizen can say that they are an American. A lot of South Africans that were just shipped directly over here, they can too say that they are American. See, that's when the waters get muddied. And then when you start talking about a history and you want to say like, oh, well, it's no such thing as Black history, it's American history, right? But then specifically when we're talking about the things that Black Americans have went through, people are like, oh no, that's what Americans have went through. No, every American didn't go through that. A certain segment of America specifically went through that. But then when you want to go into that, people are like, this is divisive, this is that, this is, why does it have to be about color? Why can't we just be this? Why can't we just be? Because there needs to be separations so that people can specifically point out certain things. Like I said, you can say that Jewish folks are American, but the Holocaust is something unique to them. Nobody's going to try to shoehorn their way and try to say that, oh yeah, we're all American. The Holocaust wasn't just your thing; it was everybody's thing, right? The encampment of the Asians, right? The Chinese and the Japanese. The Chinese and the Japanese, they are Asian Americans, right? But nobody's going to try to shoehorn their way directly in there and try to sit up there and say like, oh no, that's every American sat up there and went through that. Right. So, like I said, we need to have differences specifically, and especially when it deals with reparations, when it deals with monies, when it deals with things that are tangible, there needs to be distinct differences. There needs to be separations. I'm not playing those games. We're not doing that. Because I'll be damned if we're going to sit up there and say that everybody's American, and then when reparations comes around, everybody got their hands up. Nah, everybody, about a good 90% of people need to put their hands down. We ain't doing that. Because like I said, you don't see Black Americans trying to raise their hands if at any moment in time the Africans who are in America are going to get reparations from Europe, or if Jamaican Americans, whoever, are going to get, again, reparations from Great Britain, from the kings and queens up there because of what it is that they went through, or if the Haitians get a form of reparations from France or whatever. You're not going to see Black Americans raising their hand, but we're all Americans. We all need a share of these reparations. No. That's their money, and I'm completely fine with that. I clap it up for them like, yo, you finally got your money. That's right. Get that money. Get every single red cent for everything that you went through. And within that exact same respect, I expect everybody else to respectfully back off from anything dealing with reparations once the time comes. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's is easy. I can probably go a little bit more in depth, but that would require me to be way more prepared to carry on and have that conversation and to go through many years and, different parts in history and break down this and break down that. So, we're not here at that point in time in this live stream because it's a whole different live stream, but hopefully that was a better explanation. Dealing with that. Let me see. Who was that? Oh, we got a troll in here. Oh, you're a white troll. I got you. No problem. You're out of here. I got you. I don't got no problem with that. It's like I said, all you had to do was just like, if you would have just made your name something different, I wouldn't have automatically spotted you. I spotted your name, then I spotted your comment, and that was like, you're out of here. It's that simple. I keep telling people, if you want to pull up to the scene for any of the Caucanites, for the Europeans, the white hooded group that want to pull directly up to this live stream, and you want to sit up there and try to say whatnot or whatever, trust and best believe, just because my moderators might not be here in full force, I will sit up there and stop what I'm doing just to ban you. So you can either shut up and sit in the background and just listen like a good boy, or you can make yourself be known and just get banned and thrown directly into the shadow realm by me, mon ami. We can sit up there and do that. I have no problems. Like I said, I keep trying to tell people I'm not like the other content creators directly out here. I will stop what I'm doing to get you on up out of here, and then you're going to have to log directly back in with another Google account just to sit up there and keep trolling. We can keep playing these games. You can just fill up my ban list, and it's completely fine and dandy with me. It makes no difference, because this is the only time that y'all get a chance to talk, and this is the only time that y'all actually pull up to this channel. This is the only time that you're actually going to have any little sort of kind of sense of relevance, right? Other than a time that maybe your father might have touched you. So, I mean, other than that, I guess, this is where we are, because you can't deal with that, right? But anyways, we're going to go into, wait, what was this one? This one was actually a little bit of a different video. I'll save that one directly for last, because we got a few videos directly up here, right? Matter of fact, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to start off with Brother Phil, and y'all may know who this is. If y'all don't know, this is Phil from the African diaspora, Philip Scott. Got fields of channels directly on TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, also known as X, IG. You can catch him wherever social media pretty much is. So we're going to listen to Phil and see what he has to state about a lot of these Africans and these tethers directly out here.
So we have conversations about the delineation movement, and a lot of people like to focus it on the diaspora. But there's one aspect y'all not paying attention to, and there's one aspect that they may not be saying a whole lot, but they're actually more worried about the delineation movement. Now, you may say, who is worried more about the delineation movement than people that are speaking out pretty loud would be people of, the diaspora, the folks. Let me explain to you why they have more of an issue with the delineation movement than anything else. Y'all not realizing that the delineation movement has disrupted a lot of study, disrupted a lot of money that they have spent on market research, with politics, etc. Let's go there. So they spend a lot of money with researching our community, researching our voting patterns, researching where we stay, researching, what we listen to, researching what we wear. It's always something they're spending money on with us. And in their worldview, they have to have us as a monolith. You understand what I'm saying? That Black America has to say, okay, well, we all Black and that's it. When Black Americans have delineated, you don't understand how that has messed up everything for them. Now they're gonna have to go spend money again trying to study the delineation movement, how it came about, what's being said, what's not being said, what's going on, etc. It's messed up a lot of money there. They're going to spend more money on more research. Think tanks going to have to spend more money on a whole lot of things discussing us. Now, we're not saying that, okay, if you go get a Barack Obama, he's Black. Now we're saying, no. He's not a freedman. His lineage come from Kenya. He's not us. So don't bring him over here. When they look at their Black crime stats, they can't say, well, this guy, he's Black. And then we do a paperwork check and say, no, he's Somali. Mm-hmm. He's not Black American. Yep. Don't throw his crimes on us. That messes up their crime stats. Because now we are delineating. And have you noticed, because of our delineation in the mainstream media, notice they say where the person's from now. If they are someone that's of African descent, Caribbean descent, if they're Black American, they say exactly where they come from now. Why are they doing that? Because Black Americans have set that tone. Yep. So you're messing up their whole worldview. So they can't. So all this mess at one point in time, it says going on in Minnesota. At one point in time, they'd have been like, see, those Blacks, they stealing money, they scamming. Look all what the Blacks are doing. See, Blacks. Notice with that story, they're saying Somali, not Black. If we'd have never had pushed the delineation movement, they'd have been saying all that mess is Black. They'll say Ilhan Omar is Black. They'd have been saying everybody's Black and not put in.
Everything that he did not miss. He didn't miss it all. And this is solely, and this is why I said before, why there needs to be a separation. Even back before all of this was really taking hold, back during the pandemic, I was making sure, and I was trying to do my best to let people know, like, hey, this wasn't actually anybody that was Black American that did this. This was somebody that might have been Dominican. This is somebody else who was African. Where in Africa, I don't know, but they are African. Listen to how it is that they speak. Look at how it is. Look at their facial features and things of that nature. Because again, as Phil stated, whenever it is that they could try to physically state that somebody is Black, that's what they're going to go off of. Like, oh, those are just, what Black people sit up there and do. Look at them sitting up there stealing the SNAP benefits and doing this and doing that and all this other. Yeah, it's crazy work. But now, and this is why a lot of Africans are feeling a certain type of way, especially the Somalians right now. This is why they're like, oh, this is xenophobic, this, that, and the third. But this is why I gave you guys a video where even a Somalian elder in that community stated that, yeah, we know that there's fraudulent activity that is happening amongst us, but we want everybody to be able to look at us and separate the bad from the good. And I'm like, nah, you get the same treatment that Black Americans be getting. Nope. Like I said, that's for me, that is my form of equality. The good, bad, and the ugly that Black Americans get in this country, everybody deserves that. No stone unturned. I don't care where it is that you come from, you deserve the exact same treatment and fate. And I am not moving my marker directly off of that at all. I don't care how nobody feels. Because the only way for people to actually understand and to see what it is to actually go through it. The moment in time that you got these Africans out here trying to really cry out with a tiny violin to white folks, the same white folks that have been terrorizing it and jacking up their countries for years, you're in their country, you're sitting up there telling us like, please, Mr. White Man, we need you to sit up there and understand that, yes, we got criminal activity here, but it's not all of us. You need to be able to differentiate the good from the bad. Please differentiate that for us. Don't sit up there and think that all Somalis are bad. You're a fool. You are 1,000% fool. You are going to the exact same person who other Africans have basically stated have jacked up your country, and you're pleading with them to sit up there and see you different, to separate the good from the bad. You want them to separate the good from the bad when you can't even do it yourself. That's crazy. And proof of why you can't do it for yourself, this is why you left from Africa to come over here, being runners and track stars, fleers. It don't matter if it's by boat, if it's by plane, if it's by whale. I don't know where it is, but however it is that you got here, that's how you got here. But you ran because you could not separate yourself from what was going on over there. So the only way that you could try to separate that is by coming over to another country where people don't know anything about you, so that you can hide amongst other people and try to masquerade. But oh, lo and behold, the same actions that you quote unquote tried to escape from are the same actions that you're committing in a whole nother country. And now when people call you out, you want to try to say that they're xenophobic. That's wild. That is wild. 100%. But to further go directly into that, let me see if I actually posted that video directly up here. Did I put that video up here? I didn't, because we do have a video. I'm not sure if y'all heard anything about the Haitians and what specifically took place and happened there. Let me try to go through and get this video for you guys. Let me see. Dun, dun, dun. Let me see. Maybe I might have I think I might have paired that with a different video. Let me see. Because we got the one sister here talking. Then I think, you know what?
Person that
maybe I did pair it. Let me just see something real quick. Nope, that's for saints and sinners. Okay, so what we're going to do here is that I'm going to download this video real quick, because I think that's what happened. I had so many videos that I was trying to edit and, you know, put the what's the names to, that I did not specifically put that up there. So while I go and download this video, what inevitably took place and happened was the fact that you had some Haitians that were running scams. So not only the Somalians, you know, are up here running fields of scams, but you got Haitians directly up here running scams in the United States and taking money. Right? Oh, matter of fact, okay, we do have it up here. So let me just go to, I had to look for the face. So we actually do have it. Hold on, let me go to it. Gotcha. Here we go, right here. So let's just take a listen to this, and here we go.
the real reason why a lot of people are upset about this whole food stamps, SNAP benefit thing, bro, is because they're selling their food stamps, bro. They're selling them. I'm telling you, they are selling their food stamps, bro. You know how many people in New York and other states right now are going to the corner store, the deli, and they're selling their food stamps, bro? They're selling, that's why they're getting like $4,000, $3,000 in food stamps, and they're selling it for cash. They'll get $4,000 in food stamps, and they'll just take like $1,000 in cash. Like, bro, like that's happening like everywhere. That's why they're mad. That is exactly why they're mad right now. And you know, the thing about it too, they will never admit to selling their food stamps. But it's happening.
We are announcing.
The crazy part is you have people out here that admit that they sell their food stamps. I mean, people have had, you know, conversation. You can go online. Like, I'm not sure what timeline this dude is living specifically in, but these have been conversations that people have had for, you know, for a long time. But you know, whatever. Let's wait, what happened? Yo, Black, what is up? You said YouTube chat is different now. It feels limited. No. So okay. So what people don't realize at this moment of time, you got 4 different live streams basically running at the same time. So for both channels, you got the vertical, then you got the horizontal for both. So you got different chats that are directly out there. I can't specifically tell you what chat everybody is specifically in, but there are different chats. On my end, I can happen to see all the comments directly there. Now, you could also see the comments too, and I could actually post them directly up there. But because we got ignorance out there, we got racists out there, we got people that don't know how to actually play. They decide that they want to mess it up for everybody. So that's why we don't have the comment section actually highlighted directly up there, because you always got clowns that want to pull up and they want to just start writing and saying whatever it is that they want to sit up there and state. So we don't got time for that. Right. So the few will mess it up for the many. And that's been the main moral that I've been trying to bring to a lot of people, but people just don't understand it up until they're meant to understand it. Right. So now let's keep going and let's deal with these two Haitians and see what they specifically did.
Federal charges against two men, Antonio Bonner and Saul Elisme, for large-scale SNAP benefit trafficking, a scheme that turned a program designed to feed families into a multi-million-dollar criminal enterprise. SNAP benefits are also known as food stamps. The defendants are charged with one count of food stamp fraud. As alleged in the charging documents, these men abused one of the government's most critical safety net programs for their own financial gain. This is taxpayer money meant to keep people from going hungry. These defendants decided to take it for themselves. These defendants exchanged SNAP benefits for cash, which they pocketed. Bonner, a naturalized U.S. citizen from Haiti, owned the Jesuela Variety Store. Elisme, a lawful permanent resident also from Haiti, owned the Saul Mache Mixe store. These two businesses were co-located within a single storefront in Boston. To be certain, these were not supermarkets. They were not full-service groceries. It would be a huge stretch to even call them convenience stores. In fact, the only thing convenient about these stores was how easy it was to commit SNAP benefit fraud. To put this in perspective, the Jesuela Variety Store is less than 150 square feet in size, smaller than some bathrooms. The Saul Mache Mixe store was approximately 500 square feet in space. By contrast, a supermarket can be 20,000 to 60,000 square feet in size, have a dozen or more registers, and employ numerous employees. Both the Jesuela Variety and Saul Mache Mixe stores had one register, no carriages, no hand baskets, and very little food for sale. One legitimate supermarket in the same area as these stores redeems approximately $80,000 in SNAP benefits per month. Over the last 20 months, the Jesuela Variety Store was redeeming between 3 and 6 times that amount monthly, with nowhere near the space, inventory, customers, or infrastructure to support it. The Saul Mache Mixe store redeemed over $120,000 in SNAP benefits in the last 6 months. Simply put, there is no plausible way SNAP eligible food could have been purchased from these stores for this long. Yet, these two stores are alleged to have illicitly trafficked nearly $7 million in SNAP benefits.
So you heard that, right? So you have these immigrants that were able to create aka build their business with ease, and they were stealing funds, making trades, stealing funds, however it is that you want to, sit up there and call it. And the United States government caught up with them. They found it. It's like, well, somebody done messed up. Somebody done sat up there and got caught. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, let me see. Oh, I can't swap it. Okay, so the vertical should automatically from Monza, the vertical should automatically be up there, because I actually looked and the orientation is just set to vertical. So I didn't actually have both. It's only just two. It's just two vertical on both. What's the name? So I thought I actually had all of them running. It's just one. So yeah, the vertical you should automatically be able to find when you go to any which one of the live streams. It should just be specifically in that format. Yo, Judd, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is going on? Yo, Sonny, your name is looking a little bit different. What is happening? What is going on? What is going on? What's going on? Let me see. Big said, so are they going to arrest all of these Arab stores buying the food stamps? Probably not. Because like I said, you don't know who is linked to who. So a lot of these store owners, they could have, family back home that are, some princes or whatnot or whatever. Everybody always got these long, lines and lineages and all this other. So, you got to pay attention to the fact that certain folks are allowed to do things in the United States because of who it is that they are connected or linked to. So I'm pretty sure you could look at a lot of these Arab businesses and probably find some stuff, but will the United States government actually move directly on that? That's the thing. And right. And these places have been in the Black communities for decades. And going back to, again, what Phil said earlier, this is why it is very much important to have separation when it deals with who is who. You got Black Americans, and then you got these immigrants. You got Black Americans. This is why you have to have separation. Because at any given point in time, if this was like, let's say like 10 years ago, they more than likely would have tried, especially the dude to the right that you see on your screen, they would have tried to say that he was Black. They'd be like, oh, you got these two Black men that were sitting up there doing fraudulent activity in the United States, and with the monies and all this other type of stuff and government assistance and rah. Now they can't do that no more. Because everything is now, a little bit more transparent. Things are a bit more out in the open. And now people got targets. So like I said before, to the Haitians out there, hey, y'all gotta start getting y'all people directly in order. This is going to look bad for the greater majority of y'all, not just the two that you see up here. They're going to be looking at all of y'all now. Like I said, this is why I try to sit up there and tell a lot of these Africans and other ones from the islands and stuff, like, hey, stop doing this ha he, thinking it's funny, because things are going to come directly down on you. When they come down on you, ooh wee, when I fell down, that's what it's going to be. And you thought that you were going to have the last laugh. No, buddy, that's not how it works. Especially here in these United States, everybody gets their turn directly on the wheel. And it just seems as though that everybody else who wants to always state that me no black, everybody else is now getting their turn directly on the wheel. People are starting to see and have a little bit of an understanding of what it is to be or feel like you're being targeted. And that's the craziest part. Like, especially during the whole thing dealing with like ICE and stuff, looking at a lot of the Africans and so on, they sitting up there crying and all this other type of stuff. I'm like, didn't y'all just sit up there and tell Black Americans that if anything happened, y'all got a home, y'all got somewhere to return back to? But what about Black Americans? Go back home. You should be, if ICE basically finds you as an African, you should be completely fine with going back home, because that's your culture. Those are your traditions. That's where your people are from. You know your history there. Everybody speaks the same language. Everybody looks just like you. You got all of these nice homes and amenities and all these things that Black Americans don't have, right? So you should be completely fine and dandy with ICE giving you a one-way trip ticket back to Africa, though, right? But for whatever reason, when that's basically being stated, a lot of these folks want to say that, oh, that's xenophobic. It's not xenophobic. Because a lot of y'all folks want to be anti-Black American, when it is factually that Black Americans historically made it possible for any of y'all to even be here. But y'all continuously want to be disrespectful on these internet streets. And not just that, y'all also want to be internationally disrespectful when you want to come up with some type of groups and you want to list Black Americans as some sort of sixth region that is associated with Africa, and then y'all want to speak on our behalf dealing with reparations. Get out of here with that nonsense. Like I said, I did a video on SEIJIHITO, the Second Coming channel, covering that. Like I said, we're now some unknown region where Africans are like, hey, we're going to speak on the behalf of Black Americans when it deals with these reparations. No, you want to speak on behalf of Black Americans because you understand that we got close to, what is said to be $2 trillion and what, buying power, buying or spending power, however it is that people have placed it out there. You want to get a hold of that money. You don't want to try to get a hold of other Africans' money who are in the UK, who are running through Europe, who are going to Australia, who are in South America, who are in the United States, who are in Canada, who are in Asia. You ain't trying to get a hold of those Africans that are over there spending money. You want to specifically get a hold of the 40 some odd, almost close to 50 million Black Americans, and what it is that they're able to basically do as a whole with their money if things are to actually fall in place. That's what you want to get a hold of. You want to get a hold of that power. That's some crazy work right there. And these, again, the exact same groups that when it deals with when it deals with the Africans, when it deals with Black Americans going over there, we don't specifically have any type of rules. We don't have regulations. We don't have no laws. We have no protections. We are a guest. We are not family. We are not even halfway family, not even step family. This is why I gave you guys a video previously about close to a week ago where it was a Black American in Africa and he had land, but supposedly the land was only supposed to be leased, I guess, supposedly for a certain amount of time. And what the government or the people there decided to do was bulldoze the houses that he had on that land that was supposedly his. And the Africans that were there that are of that land, they weren't there to sit up there and help that Black American. They weren't there to console him. They weren't there to speak on his behalf. They were there to pick and pillage what it is that they can and run off with it. Now that's crazy. Now why would family, if Africans, right, and Black Americans, we're supposed to be one or the same, why would our quote unquote brothers sit there as what it is that we built and invested in is getting destroyed, all to be scavengers and vultures? And then I have people that want to come directly through on my channel talking about, you and the rest of the Black Americans, it seems like you guys got an obsession with Africans. And no, actually we don't. It's the reverse. It is clear cut the reverse. It's only one group that has an obsession, and it's unhealthy to the fullest. Proof of which that is unhealthy is the fact that every time that the Africans seem to come directly over here, they want to match in and masquerade in with Black Americans. They act, they talk, walk, they try to do everything that we do to fit in and match in. Like I said, look at them politically. Look at how it is that they try to get directly in so that they can take a seat from a Black American who is in the political field that will be there to represent Black Americans, to help to get laws passed, regulations, and to give a yay or a nay depending on what's going on. But when these Africans and many others ones step directly into these government offices, like what was it, Ilhan Omar? And I gave you guys a video on that where her and her people were at this nice little Somalian round table. And the one head guy there, the male, Somalian male, was basically stating that Ilhan Omar, she is there to take the seat from Black Americans so that she can be there to represent Somalians and what Somalian wants and what Somalian needs. Like I said before, and these are also the exact same folks that when we try to sit up there and say that, oh, you're Black, you're a part of us, they're like, no, me no Black, me African, me Nigerian, me Grenadian, me Ghanaian, right? Me is everything else. I'm not Black American. I would never be you, right? This is what they do every single time. This is how they speak every single time. But then when times get tough, you know what they start doing? It's like, oh, this is the same thing. How it is that the Somalians and what it is that the Haitians and Africans are going through. This is the same exact thing that Black Americans have always gone through in these united. We are not the same. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Haitians have a very proud history. Those are the exact same folks that set up there and fought France for their freedom, and they did that and they won. Let's not sit up there and do that. Just like within the exact same vein, Black Americans fought for their freedom. Slave revolts, all types of things. flipping all types of tables throughout the United States. And again, these are stories that a lot of people don't know about because they don't want to specifically give out that information because they don't want people to sit up there and get ideas. It's like, oh well, you know, if the blacks find out that they sat up there and revolted against, you know, the slave master and the plantations, then you know that might give them the idea to potentially do it again. And we don't need that to happen. We just need them to think that they're just specifically slaves and that the white man who put them in slavery is the same man that sat up there and got a, you know, common sense and spoke to God and was like, we need to free these people, even though we consider them beasts. We consider them subhuman. We need to free them and allow them to just be. Yeah, okay. Like I said, for a lot of folks here, and I don't care whose feelings that it basically hurts. Black Americans are not the same as everybody else. We are not. We are not. And that is completely fine. Like I said, Africans got their own history. Those from the Caribbeans got their own history. Haitians got their own history, right? And so on and so on and so on. The same way that people have made sure to separate themselves, either linguistically, by culture and religion, and they wanted to make sure to differentiate themselves from Black Americans, we need to keep that exact same energy, even when times get tough, even when the United States government is specifically after you and they're going after your specific group, Nigerians, Somalians, Jamaicans, whoever. That exact same energy. Don't be sitting up there looking over towards the Black Americans and asking them to be marching for you and do this, and stop bringing up the whole thing with like, oh, who do you think was out there with you guys during the George Floyd and the Black Lives? That's all y'all got. That's really all y'all got. And even during that time, let's just be real. Everybody was out there because it was during like the pandemic. It was during the pandemic. Coliseum was closed, like I've been saying for years. So everybody was paying attention and realizing like, hey, some stuff is actually wrong with the police and yada, 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 and all this other type of stuff. Yo, things need to sit up there and be done. Yeah. Stop making it seem like it was just all of y'all immigrants out here supporting Black people. It wasn't. Like, stop with that nonsense. Like, please stop with that nonsense. Because I can go past the whole thing of dealing with like George Floyd and the whole thing with BLM and go towards other police shootings that took place in the Black community. Y'all wasn't out there. Y'all was sitting up there coincide with co-signing directly with the white folks sitting up there. Well, if you weren't out there, if you Black Americans weren't out there wearing hoodies and stop doing that, y'all were co-signing the exact same things that white folks been sitting up there saying. So please stop with this nonsense. Y'all give the same tired lines every single time in order to sit up there and get some type of support because y'all messed up and you're realizing that you messed up. But because you messed up, you want other people to clean up their mess. That's not how it works. You didn't want to clean up your mess from the home that you fled from. Fine. You make a mess over here. You sit up there and clean it up. You are in the United States, the same exact way that everybody sits up there and looks at Black Americans and be like, oh, you guys need to clean up your community. You need to do this. I need all of these immigrants, especially the melanated ones, clean up every single mess that y'all did. If y'all made bad ties, if you sat up there and made or formulated bad relationships with the government or whoever else because you thought it was beneficial for you because it was going to give you one leg up over Black Americans and you thought that it was going to make you seem motherfucking positive, and then that whole thing just basically went to the wayside, clean that up. Black Americans had nothing to do with that. That is specifically all on you. And I need for a lot of y'all Africans, y'all need to start getting y'all kids directly in check. Matter of fact, let me just highlight this real quick. Where that video at? For a lot of these folks out here, and this is what I'm talking about. When Africans want to come to this platform and y'all want to have a problem with me and all this other type of stuff, start getting y'all kids in check. Don't be sending y'all kids around our kids and your African kids are talking about like, oh, we fight for Black rights too. It's not just you Black Americans. That's shut up. Let's go to the footage.
African Americans feel like they're the only people who fight for Black rights. We fought for ourselves too.
No. We're talking about
heroes. We got heroes too.
Okay, but
in America. We're talking about it specifically in America and y'all attitudes.
I'm talking about Black Lives General. I'm saying if you keep talking about like America only.
This is part of the problem too. When Black Americans, we highlight other Black Americans doing well, people love to be like, what That's about them? that's like when we said Black Lives Matter, and they're like, well, Blue Lives Matter, all lives matter, white lives matter. We didn't say that none of y'all matter.
That's what I'm saying. So y'all separating yourselves.
No.
No.
No. You have to deal
So
with
if we
one
can recognize
issue.
y'all heroes, y'all can
No,
recognize
you
ours.
have to
We-
deal with
we
one
do.
issue at a time. If I'm speaking on this issue and you be like, well, what about me?
saying,
It doesn't.
so
It's just not a
Why
cause.
should African American issues be prioritized?
Because we're in America.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
If
So
my house
y'all
is on fire, why would I bring the ambulance and all them things?
So I'm saying, you're saying your house. I thought it was a black person's house. So I thought it was our house on
It-
fire.
We live in the same neighborhood, different homes. If
That's what I'm
my
saying.
house
So
is
we
on fire and I'm
separated.
talking
We're
about my
separated.
house,
We're separated because when y'all try to assimilate to African American culture, you do it under the guise of white supremacy.
Kill him. Woo!
because if you look at number one song, it's going to be the song by a black person. You look at fashion trends.
I don't know whose daughter that was. Shout out to the three young Black American girls right there that were speaking facts. I don't know who their parents are. Y'all did a great job. Y'all did a spectacular job. Y'all did an awesome job. Because it's crazy to me how that Tether. Let me just roll back to him real quick. Right? I just want to know. I'm just looking at the hairstyle. I'm looking at the braids when it deals with this Tether right here. I was normally used to seeing that in the early 2000s. Just saying. I was used to seeing that in the early 2000s with Black American boys. Just saying, right? And then he's up here as a Tether. And as I stated before, it's funny how they always start talking, but yet they're always dressed like Black Americans. If you're going to be talking all of this stuff, why not dress and be you? Dress as your culture so that we know who it is that we're talking to, so that the waters aren't muddy, so that there's no type of confusion directly out here. Dress as your culture, as proud, like I said, as proud as a lot of Tethers like to sit up there and say that they are. I don't see you actually in your culture. I see you in bed with everybody else's culture but your own. The only time that you want to be in bed with your own culture is when you're around your own people, going to your own clubs, eating your food, or in your household. Other than that, you pretty much want to be everywhere else. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. So I'm like, how proud really are you of your actual culture? Because when it is the Black Americans, we are our culture. We wear that every single day. It don't matter what clothes we got on. You know it's a Black American. And even within that, you can tell when you got imitations. This Tether right here is clearly an imitation. I don't know whose family he's from. I don't know who specifically raised him. Again, for a lot of y'all folks out there, start raising y'all kids directly of their culture. Start dressing as your culture. Because y'all want to start getting into our conversations. Dressing as, trying to talk as, trying to act as us. And you're not. The same exact way that y'all sit up there and tell us that we are not you and that we can never be you. The same way that y'all want to sit up there and get online and tell us like, oh, you Black Americans, you're nothing but slaves and cotton pickers and this, you don't have no history, you don't have no culture. But yet I'm sitting up there looking at one of your kids in schools. Oh, look at that. His ears pierced too. He got his ears pierced. He got like, a nice little coat on with like a hoodie or something like that. He got the braids. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can't even really tell you what culture he's from, because it seems to me that all of everything that he's doing right now, including hand gestures, looks real Black American. That's wild. But yet he is of his culture and he's supposed to be oh so proud. Woo! That's diabolical. That is crazy. And then you're going to try to sit up there and try to tell these girls that we're all one. No, we're not. You're going to try to tell them girls that they're being divisive. No, they're not. The main people that have always been divisive are the main ones that have always come over here. Africans, I'm looking directly at you. Y'all have always been divisive and always tried to make sure that white people can tell the difference in between you and Black Americans. Y'all the main ones getting online like, oh yeah, us Africans and those from the islands, we have such a great work ethic. We're not lazy. you know, like some others, like, you know, the Black Americans. We don't rely on government assistance. We don't do this. We don't do this. We don't cry and talk about racism and all this and that and what, right. That's what y'all like to do. Matter of fact, you know what? Instead of me as a Black American trying to give a full example of what it is that I'm speaking directly on, let me allow a Tether, right? Let me allow an educated Tether to speak on what it is that I'm trying to put down. Let's go to that.
States as an immigrant. I came at the age of 19 with nothing but a suitcase full of clothes and the clothes on my back.
So let's pay attention. Because this is the same. This is every single African and other melanated immigrants have the exact same story. Notice how they always say this. Oh, I came here when I was 7. I came here when I was 12. She said that she came here with 19 with no money, with the clothes on her back. That's all. She had a suitcase of clothes and clothes on her back. Pay attention.
And I actually worked hard and I went through college and then I worked for a bank for a while.
So she came here as a Tether at the age of 19. Okay, so let me get this straight, right? So somebody just magically gave you a plane ticket, gave you a free ride, or the United States found you out of all of the people in your homeland, gave you a ticket, was like, you hit the lottery. Don't pack nothing but pretty much the clothes on your back. We're going to drop you in the United States, and then we're going to see how it goes. We're going to put you in this petri dish, and we're going to see if you can survive. We're not going to give you any type of assistance. We're not going to give you any type of government handouts. We're not going to give you a place to stay. But somehow, some way, we know that you're going to be able to go through college and pay for college and also find a job and be able to work that job in a whole nother country, in a whole nother land, around people that you've never been around at all. Okay.
And I was able to create a successful business. By the time I was 27 years old, I had a 7-figure business. I had several employees and I was living the American dream. So when I hear this narrative.
Hold up. Wait. I love trolls. I love trolls. You said Africans are the true kings and queens, not Black Americans. So this is my main thing though. Explain to me, why am I able to look up and watch Africans pick cotton currently at this moment in time on that continent? Because y'all want to, as Africans, right? Because you're saying the Africans are the real kings and queens. Cool, fine, no problem. So why is it that you don't actually fully rule and own and have ownership of your land and your resources? Why is it possible that I got videos? Why is it possible that I got videos of Chinese men whipping the mess out of African men? How is it possible that Indians from India can come onto African soil, build schools, and tell Africans that, hey, your kids can't go to the school? How can anybody from another country come on African soil and say that you are not allowed as an African here? But you want to pull up to the scene. You want to pull up to the scene and try to tell me that you are the real kings and queens. How is it possible that I got videos of those in Ghana and elsewhere on gold mines that they literally found on their own soil and land? Something that's going to, broaden the lives of all of those people directly there, make their lives better by just that little piece of gold. And the government, the African government, is like, nah, we need you to return all of that gold. It's not yours. It is gold. This has been confiscated by the government. Huh? But you're supposed to be the kings and queens, though, right? Of that land. How is it possible that the real kings and queens are up there in England and they're European? And no matter where they go in Africa or wherever they go in the islands, they're always celebrated. But yet they're the ones that sit up there and steal directly from you and your resources. That's crazy. That's diabolical. That is crazy, right? You the kings and queens, but yet you flee Africa to come to the United States. How that work? How that work? How does that work? How does that work? That's wild. That is crazy. That's crazy. The crazy part about trying to call somebody a servant, the craziest part is in Africa, they still got slavery. How does that work? You're the real kings and queens though, right? So why would you still have the slavery of your own people still going on? A matter of fact, how did you allow the Arabs to enslave your people as well too? How does that work? How does that happen? You're the real kings and queens, but yet Somalians don't even consider themselves Africans. Huh? You're the real kings and queens, right? And you have all of this belief, but yet Africans are sitting up there bleaching their own skin. Huh? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What we talking? Matter of fact, you talking about a servant isn't a slave. Matter of fact, I just showed pictures about 2 weeks ago of an African woman in South Africa in the 80s. As you wanted to say, a servant isn't a slave. She was on her hands and knees on the floor while they took that picture in the 80s, which is not that far ago. While the white woman and her child was sitting on a couch smiling. That is a slave. I'm not sure if you understand what that means. You're not going to be able to nicen this up. That's crazy. You got Africans over there selling Africans right now, and you want to talk about you the kings and queens. Where? So if you're the kings and queens selling your own people, I guess you selling the princes and the princesses to the Arabs. I guess you marrying them off to the Europeans, to the highest bidder. Huh? You the kings and queens, but yeah, you got sex tourism happening over there with the Europeans. Huh? How that work? How that happen? You don't even got a hold of your own resources. And you talk about you the kings and queens of what? An empty court? An empty kingdom? You barely even own the land that you have at this moment in time. You got America, you got Russia, you got China, you got the Arabs, you got everybody on that landmass owning something but you. How that work? That's crazy. You selling off your own beachfronts, but yeah, you the kings and queens. What are we talking about here? You got Europeans sitting up there fishing in your waters, taking resources from the men who have to sit up there and provide for their African families. The Europeans get first dibs on the fishes in those waters. But you the kings and queens? Word? That's what we're doing? You the kings and queens, but yet you still got Europeans and America experimenting directly over there in Kenya, in many other places. Huh? But you the kings and queens though, right? You the kings and queens, but yet the higher majority of your population is living in poverty. But you the kings and queens though, right? That's crazy. That's wild. That is diabolical. And you really got up here. You really got up here and really thought that you was sitting up here saying something. You really got up here and really thought that you was saying something. And this is what I be talking about. This is what I'll be talking about when it deals with a lot of y'all Africans. Y'all just be talking for no reason. Y'all just be saying stuff where you don't need to say nothing at all. You don't need to be saying nothing. You got so much governmental corruption over there, it don't even make no sense. You got so much skin bleaching over there, it don't even make no sense. You got men over there dealing with African women, and those men don't even know who the actual father of those kids are. It don't even make no sense. For the most part, and I showed this over in the live stream, I showed this to everybody that would watch. Because of the conversion rate. If I were to take my American dollar, say if I had like, 20 grand or 600, right? $1,000. If I were to take that money and go over to a lot of these African, I'd be living like a king. I'd be living a great life. I have a nice house. I have nice cars. I sit up there and have me some servants. I'd be living the best of the best. But then the majority of the population there in that place that I decide to, reside in, they wouldn't even know anything about living that type of life at all because they're in poverty. Like I said, that's crazy to me. Y'all still got like brownouts, blackouts happening. Still got dirt roads happening. You got areas that don't even got the proper areas to get rid of waste. Like I done seen multiple documentaries where people are walking through city streets and there is black sludge just sitting there, and people got to hopscotch, or just better yet, just walk through it. Huh? That's crazy. You gonna sit up there and talk about you a king and a queen, but yet you fleeing that kingdom. That's wild. That is wild. That is clear cut wild. No, let me just make you understand something. They not like us. What that basically means is that I am Black American all day long, born and raised. I never ran from any land. I've always been here. My grandparents never ran from any land. They've always been here. Their grandparents, and so on and so on and so on and so on and so on. Whatever problems that we went through, whatever problems that we had to face, whatever problems that are still going on, we are still going through that and facing those and fighting still to this day. We ain't runners. We ain't track stars. We're not going from one land that we decide that we don't want to fix, that we don't want to upgrade. We don't want to uplift those people or try to clear out those problems. We don't run from one problem to something that looks like it's cherries and gumdrops with rainbows. We don't do that. We don't do that. Like I said, that is the difference between Black Americans and Africans. Matter of fact, that's the difference between Black Americans and a lot of other groups directly out here. We fight for what it is that we actually have, no matter how small it is. We fight for that tooth and nail. All of y'all do is run. And then as soon as y'all come to the United States, y'all want to hold y'all noses up and look down on Black Americans and talk about, oh, you have no language. You don't know where you're from. You don't know your ancestry. You don't know your culture. You don't know this. You don't know that. What do you actually know? What do you actually have? You can't say that you actually can lay claim to something, but yet you're not even there. That don't make any type of sense. That don't even make any type of sense. That's wild to me. Then on top of that, y'all want to, again, going back to the whole thing that you wanted to say that y'all are kings and queens. How is it possible that the Somalians, right? All of this stuff that they want to rah, they want to start talking online, but yet they sitting up here scamming in the United States. This is why a lot of people say that Africans are nothing but scammers, because y'all scammers, brother. What? Nigeria and Jamaica are head to head when it deals with the illegitimacy of children. Scammers. Like, what are we talking about here? That is scamming 101. The women are scamming the men directly in those two areas. Like, what are we doing? And that's not even talking about the governments. That's not talking about corruption. That's not talking about money laundering. That's not talking about trafficking. That's not talking about drugs. That's not even dealing with or touching on any of those other things. That's just dealing with kids. That's dealing with families. That's dealing with broken homes. And that's also to touch on another aspect of which a lot of y'all Africans and many others want to come over here to the United States. And y'all main go-to when y'all ever want to talk about a group, want to talk about people, y'all want to talk about problems, y'all zone in on Black Americans. Y'all do know that white Americans have broken homes. I had a white boy, Alex, I went to school with, broken home. Like, in my mind, I wasn't raised to sit up here and automatically think that, hey, there's single parent households when it deals with white families. Nah, all white people are married, 100%. Nah, I sat up there and talked to Alex. It was like, yo, his father just was not, he was not that guy. And the way that his father would sit up there and treat him, I was like, wow, that for me at a very young age, single digits, that was very eye-opening. And that let me know that a lot of the things that are told by way of media and other forms of receiving information are nothing but lies. But like I said, y'all Africans, y'all don't know nothing about that, because the only thing that y'all are told to do and y'all made sure to abide by is that when y'all get here, you start all types of a ruckus with Black Americans. And y'all start giving those same talking points and those same things that everybody else states, right? Stereotypes. That's what I meant to say. The exact same talking points that have the black family, they don't believe in marriage. It's all types of, every single household is broken. Black Americans are lazy. They don't want to work. They're criminals. They're all in and out of jail. They don't finish school. They don't go to college. They don't build anything. They don't have neighborhoods. Everything that you're saying about black Americans is the same exact thing that is happening over there in Africa. You got Africans living in shanties. Like, what are we talking about? Don't y'all still got like walls up over there in like South Africa or whatnot where it shows the poor and the rich? Like, what are we talking about? Even in other countries, you still divide the poor and the rich, the haves and the have-nots. But you got the nerve to sit up there and come over here to the United States and y'all want to open your mouths and run your mouths about black Americans and what it is that we're not doing and could be doing. All of y'all Africans that come over here, why ain't y'all going back once y'all get good here? Why don't y'all take everything and go back to Africa and build up? Be the kings and queens that y'all always want to sit up there and stay that y'all are. Why don't y'all do that? Huh? Like I said, that's crazy to me. That's diabolical. And then on top of that, I got videos of African men over there doing wave checks. Like, what y'all doing? That's not even your culture. I don't care nothing about no hieroglyphics that people are talking about. Y'all don't culturally speaking, y'all don't do nothing about waves. Let's just be honest. Because in a lot of places, y'all don't even have clean water. Y'all don't even have the specific products to even do this. Like, what? Y'all never even had a wave or a do-rag culture. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Everybody trying to wear like blue jeans and some Jordans while y'all walking through like some dirt streets. What? That is baffling. I'm like, every little bit of quote unquote drip that you got is now dirty. You might as well throw it away, buddy. It is in the trash. Like, that is wild. You want to sit up there and be African, but you want to be black American so bad. You sitting up there wearing Timbs and it's like 80 degrees outside. What are we doing? You wearing Timbs on the beach. Brother, what? Huh? Like I said, you don't see black Americans trying to quote unquote emulate Africans in that way. Now, the emulations that we did do was out of respect because we were like, hey, everybody's from Africa, the whole one world thing and all of that. Right. So we would try to show our love and respect. Right. It was a form of love. That's something that y'all don't know about because you don't even actually love yourselves. So this is why when I look at you guys mocking and masquerading, I know you guys just think everything is a joke because that's what it is. Like, what's that dude's name? Gorilla Groovin Gorilla, whatever his name is. He's a Nigerian. He's a big, bulky, muscular Nigerian, always acting goofy. Shark bite, doing all of that clown stuff. Zada rants, bucking his eyes, sitting up there dancing in front of white people, all of that stuff. Africans, that's you. That's your guy. That is your guy. Always dancing for white folks. Always dancing on white folks. Always dancing at their restaurants. Making sure to get those white dollars. That is the embodiment of a lot of Africans. They will sacrifice and do anything that they need to do in order to get that white dollar. It don't matter if they got to sell off their kids. They will do that in order to get that dollar. This is why there's documentaries, and I think I showcased that about a few months ago, where an African dude, he wrote a book on how he was sold off to a European family. And that's something that still goes on today. But that's a lot of Africans, they don't want to talk about that, though. They don't want to talk about that. You say, what rubbish am I talking? You must be an African from the UK. How you doing? This must be your first time at this channel. This must be your first time. This must be your first time. Must be your first time. But so the rubbish that I'm talking about, you might know who he is. He's an African. You can look it up. But there's an African who specifically spoke on the fact that his family sold him pretty much to the highest bidder, who just so happened to be white. And that's why he ended up being in the UK, in the United Kingdom. So it's funny to me that, you got a lot of Africans, they want to big up and always talk about, oh yeah, we live in the UK. How did you get there though? How did you actually find your way to the United Kingdom? Did your family actually sell you off? Were you brought? Like, how did that specifically actually happen? Like I said, as a Black American, I can't list any of my family members that be like, all right, so what we're going to sit up there and do is we're going to sell off so and so to the Chinese, and they're going to be up there with the Chinamen, and or better yet, we're going to sell them off to the Arabs. I've never heard of that as a Black American in this day and age. I've never heard of that. That's a little bit weird to me. We're in this day and age where people are selling off their kids. That's wild. That's wild. Diabolical. But it's funny to me that when I bring up certain things that people want to try to say that what I'm saying is UK terminology, European terminology, rubbish, which is basically saying that I'm speaking BS. And it's not. Because a lot of Africans are runners or track stars. If you are an African in the United Kingdom, you are a runner and a track star. Just call it exactly what it is. You ran from your situation, or your family ran from their situation. They did not want to better the country, did not want to better the community, or they figured out that they couldn't do anything in order to better the society that they were in. So their best alternative was to sit up there and flee and to go elsewhere, which was a white country, which was a European country, which was an Asian country or an Arab country. You would rather be everywhere else but where your people are, all to still be around your people, which is crazy. This doesn't even make sense. You ran from your people to another country to be amongst a whole nother group of people, just to be again around your people that you just ran from. That's crazy when you think about it. That's crazy. And then to still see those people not get along is beyond me. I'm like, didn't y'all set out to do the exact same goal? So I'm like, there should be some type of commonality, directly within that, some type of kinship, but I guess not. It'd be like that. That's wild to me. And then the crazy part is to look at a lot of these Africans go to these other countries, and depending on where they are when it deals with the money, they will look down and talk down on one another. That's wild to me. Y'all both ran and fled from the exact same circumstances, but because one is doing better than the other, you want to look down upon them in this brand new land as if you are God. What? Like I said, you don't got to take my word for it. You can go directly on TikTok and you can observe a lot of these conversations the exact same way that I've observed these exact same conversations. So for anybody who want to say that what I'm speaking is basic rubbish, you obviously have not taken out the time and done your own due diligence on social media to hear these conversations from the people themselves. And again, it's not ChatGPT, it's not AI, whatever it is that people want to sit up and say at this moment in time. These are those actual people. That's wild to me. That is 100% wild. Wait, somebody said you ain't got no word? Wait, I'm a little bit confused. Oh, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. You said they're even too cowardly to even attempt to make Africa great. Yeah, they are. They are. And like I said, no matter what people want to say about Black Americans, we will always sit up there and fight. No matter if people can't even see what it is to fight for, we will find something. There's always something there. Like I said, everything that is meant to be seen ain't meant to be seen by everybody else. So a lot of people are not going to have the full-fledged understanding of what it is that Black Americans are going for, what it is that we are fighting for, what it is that we're still striving for. They're not going to understand it because, like I said, we are different from them and they are different from us. When a lot of these tethers come directly over from other places, they got a clean slate. When Black Americans who have always been here have tried, they try to establish themselves and do a variety of things, we have a history. So this is why it's easy for somebody like this clown that you see directly in front of you. Let me take this comment directly down. This is why it's easy for you to see this clown directly in front of you, this tether, speak the way that she wants to sit up there and speak. That's crazy. Let me see what was it? Oh, somebody said, bro is hurt, but what happened to that running from the South though? I was never from the South. You do know that you got black Americans that were in the North and the South, right? Are you that stupid? Do you not know anything about geography of the United States, how things actually work? Why do you think that black Americans were only in the South? Are you dense? Like, you just say that you clearly don't have the full, well-rounded understanding to really have this conversation about black America, because obviously you don't know nothing about the United States. Like, you right there, just right in that. I never ran from the South. Like, what are you talking about? Every black American did not come from the South. Like, are y'all stupid? Are you just like, what? This is why when it deals with a lot of stuff, we can't even take y'all serious. This is why we can't even take y'all serious. Like, that's crazy. That is 100% crazy. 100% crazy. Oh, wait, Sham. Yo, what is up, Sham? You said I got double pneumonia. I just got back from the doctor's office for more medicine. It's going to be a long haul on this one. I'm hyped up on meds, so I got time for the shadow bands. Yo, what is up, Sham? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is going on? What is going on, Sham? That is our neighborhood trap card, our friendly neighborhood trap card. And Sham is not, she is not in the mood. So, like I said, for anybody that want to talk, completely crazy, I'm just going to sit up there and tell you may want to talk real nice, because she will sit up there and ban you with no problem. I've seen it done before, and I was having full-fledged conversations with people. Sham will sit up there and ban you without a problem. So, like I said, you have been warned. You have been warned. But what is up, Sham? I could try to. Well, I know you got like pneumonia. I could try to probably hit you up a little bit later on Xbox or something, to check in on you and everything of that nature. Let me see. Somebody said, you people stupid. Clearly, you don't like agreements that don't help your case. See, the problem is when people want to sit up there and call black Americans stupid. And I know that you're African. I know that you're from elsewhere. See, this is what really, adds more to the disagreements than people actually trying to come together and formulate a bond or a bridge or anything like that. When y'all really start talking crazy and y'all want to start calling us stupid, see, this is when black Americans start getting disrespectful. And y'all wonder why it is that when y'all go online, y'all hear black Americans saying a whole bunch of stuff. It's because y'all open your mouths and start saying stuff like this. That's clearly why. That's clearly why. But shout out to Jermaine, because he actually touched on something that I didn't even sit up there and even think about for the moment when that comment came up. He said that running from the South to the North is not the same as leaving another country across waters. Oh, that man spitting bars. Hot flames. Lava. Because that's facts. It's like we're still within the same country, right? So going directly from what Jermaine stated, right? Even if let's say that I was from the South, right? And I was a slave from the South and I ran to the North, I'm still within the same country. Do you not understand that I'm still within the United States? Africans are running from Africa to the UK, Africa to Australia, Africa to Europe, Africa to Asia, Africa to South America, Africa to Canada. You see how that works? You see how you got to do, multiple trips, multiple layovers. You see how that's like 17, 20 or whatever hours that may be. You see how long that actually takes. That's not going to take that long when it deals with being within the same area, within the same place. And again, I'm still within the same country. I didn't run from one country to another. Shout out to this man. Shout out to Jermaine. Shout out to that man. Shout out to that man. Much love, respect, and appreciation to that man. That is wild. That is wild. But like I said, shout out to the man. That's bars. That is bars. That is bars. Sham said, "Oh, the race is already sitting in the abyss." Oh yeah. We called somebody earlier before they even got started. Sham said, "Yeah, I got the Xbox open." Okay, I got you. Let me see. Black says, I think he thinks that the North or any other side was better. Nah, they were more sneaky and systematic. Does it make it better or worse? Right. Let me see what we got. Somebody said disrespectful is basically United States culture. Why is it that I can open up X and I can see videos of African places where people are defecating in the streets? If you want to talk about disrespect, why is it possible that I can look at Africans in traffic and I can see little markers or basically little spots of fecal material on the sides of the road and the streets and the sidewalks? Why is it possible that I got videos of Africans doing open defecation while people are in traffic? But you want to talk about disrespectful is basically United States culture. That's crazy. That's wild. That's wild. The only ones that I know that do open defecation may be my cats. They'll go outside and they'll use the bathroom. But even still with that, my cats have common sense to actually cover up what it is that they put out. For whatever reason, that doesn't seemingly happen with Africans. Somebody got to explain that to me. Somebody got to make me understand that. No. Okay, well, from my understanding, so April, from my understanding, what Jermaine was basically stating, from the South to the North, dealing with slavery means running from the South, right? Where you got that southern border up to the free North, which was still in the United States. So you got, the Michigans and Indianas, the Ohio's, the Chicago's. Again, from my perspective, from looking at the comment, right? Meaning still being in the United States. Now, if I'm incorrect, I will stand corrected. But that's how I perceived the comment that Jermaine left. Yo, Smoke, what is up? You said, I worked with a Nigerian before and I tried to pull him to the side at work to tell him about white folks, and he didn't want to hear about that. Yeah, that's a lot of folks. I worked with a lot of individuals from elsewhere, and you can't really have conversations with them. You can't really have a conversation with it. It just is what it is. But you also got to understand that as a Black American, your understanding and how it is that you will be treated is going to be different from how they will be treated. Because dealing with the system of the United States, they are placed within that buffer zone in order to cause a disturbance, in order to cause a divide, in order to cause a blockade and or an obstacle to stop Black Americans from getting to certain points. Like I said, just like how we got gatekeepers directly in the Black community when it deals with certain things, you got the same things when it deals with a lot of these folks who are from Africa and elsewhere. It's the exact same thing, just within a different set of circumstances. Yeah, bars. Second Ezra, what is up? You said migration inside of your own homeland, inside of your own citizenship status, and inside of your own cultural lineage is not the same as immigrating from a foreign country. That is bars. That's bars. That is bars. That is bars. Sham said, no, it doesn't. Not running to the north means escaping the north part of the country of America. Many people escape into areas like Wisconsin, New York, and Michigan. Yo, back. What is up? I can't fully put the comment up there because YouTube acts a little bit funny with certain words, but you said my grandmother left the South in the 50s, and that was due to rope parties that were happening in Arkansas, right? You said, I'm listening to every point that you're making, and it's completely insane. I mean, it'd be like that. It be like that. I'm pretty sure that that's how the Somalians feel, and the others directly here in the United States feel when the United States government decided that they're going to go on a spree and start targeting specifically them. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it sounded crazy, right? I'm pretty sure it sounded crazy when we tried to tell people that, hey, the United States government, no matter how nice or whatever it is that they're doing for you, they will inevitably turn on you when your time is up, when they no longer need you, when you are no longer of a benefit. I'm pretty sure it sounded crazy when Black Americans try to tell people that, but here we are because people didn't want to listen. That's crazy. Diabolical. Cool, no problem. John said a lot of Americans talk, just say Black Americans. Don't say Americans. I like for people to be very specific. Like when I talk directly on this platform, regardless on how it is that people specifically feel about my point of view, my opinion, I'm very specific, right? And I need you to be very specific as well, right? So we know that you're not talking about white people talking about Africa. We know that you're not talking about the Arabs. We know you're not talking about Jewish people. We know you're not talking about the Asiatic men. We know you're not talking about the Latins. Be very specific. The same exact way I am. The same exact way that I'm direct, I need you to be direct, right? So John said a lot of Black Americans talk about Africa like they know it. Africa has 54 countries and approximately 1.5 billion inhabitants. Each country has its own culture, religion, and customs. Many ignorant people. What does that mean? We know that there are a lot of places and places and places within Africa. We know that there are many languages and languages and languages, culture and culture and culture, tradition. We know all of this. We know this. It's the exact same way that we try to tell people that even though we are Black Americans, depending on where it is that we're located, we have our own traditions, our own beliefs, our own culture, the way that we talk, the way that we style, the way that we dance, the way that we move. We got all of that here too. But because y'all African and many other places, y'all can't conceptualize that. You can't actually see it. You just think that all Black Americans are just pretty much the same. You act the same, talk the same, move the same. And it's like, nah. But like I said, we've been telling people this for a very long time. And now here you are trying to sit up there and tell us the exact same thing. And I'm just going to sit up there and say is I don't care. I already knew about this, but I don't care. You're not highlighting anything that I didn't know, that many other Black Americans did not know. Like it's crazy. It's diabolical. That's crazy. See, how this normally works on platforms is that normally when a person has a platform, they have the option on actually doing whatnot or whatever it is. When people decide that they want to be disrespectful and you decided to call me an idiot, that's especially not going to get you directly up here. Why would you think in your bird brain mind that I was going to decide to see that comment and be like, you know what, this is a good person I need to bring up on this platform since they want to disrespect me, be disrespectful to me. Let me lean into that disrespectfulness and welcome them directly on my platform and give them an area to specifically talk. Take all of that directly to TikTok. That's what you can do. You can take it to TikTok, you can take it to X, you can take it to IG. Matter of fact, you can even make your own platform and you can decide to sit up there and speak from there. I'm pretty sure that if I were to go on my channel and click directly on your name, you probably don't even got a channel. It's just a name. Matter of fact, let me sit up there and see what spot you even coming directly from. I got you. No problem. Let me see if I can even spot you real quick. Yo, shout out to what is it? To Control that sent the thumbs up for the 10 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. That didn't specifically show up on my end. I think when did you send that? Let me try to get a timestamp on this. You sent that about they don't even give me a timestamp on that. I don't think. Yeah, they don't. But yeah, shout out to what is it? Chris Colada Control. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the jewels, for the 10 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. My apologies. Again, I'm not sure if you're even here to even receive that. Thanks, but thank you for that. it again, it didn't show up on my end for whatever reason. That didn't pop up directly into the feed. I had to specifically go to the channel in order to even spot that. So again, my apology, and also to anybody else that might have threw some jewels directly up here during this live stream. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And I am sorry that I'm not specifically getting the notifications directly for that. So like I said, it's not you. It's happening specifically on my end. My apologies. Also want to say give a shout out to the 132 people that are actually currently watching. At this moment in time. Actually, technically, it's a little bit more than that because looking at the watch, this is way higher than normal. So let me see. Can I actually get the amount of people that are actually here that's been watching? I'll have to go into the background. Let me see if I can click on this dude's name real quick. Let me see something real quick. Oh, Sham got him up out of here. It's all bad. Let me see. So yeah, the person actually does have a channel, but they don't got nothing. They just got a playlist. You got 2 subscribers, and you made that channel back in September 30th of 2021. This is what I'll be talking about. This is what I'll be talking about. Like you could literally have conversations on your own platform. You've had the platform long enough where you could have did something directly with it. You had that name up there on YouTube long enough that you could specifically have done something with it, and you could have been doing live streams and all this other type of stuff, but you opted not to do it. But you want to come directly up here to my platform. That's crazy. That's crazy. See how these Africans be moving when they can sit up there and make their own stuff and get hot, and they can leverage their own being, but yet they got to come to Black Americans. That's crazy how that works. That's crazy. He was like, "Yep, I said it." I mean, okay. What does that mean? It's like I've been called far worse. It's like you gotta step in line. Like you gotta say something that's really eye catching. you gotta say something that's really eye catching out here, right? That's not. You call me an idiot, okay? That's You said just check the levels of ish that you're pouring out, champ. Actually, I'm pouring out pretty great because it got you here, right? It got you here and many other people here, right? I got 134 people actually watching me, and the same 134 people here are the same ones that now know about you. All thanks to me. Who is that? A Black American, because you couldn't do it yourself. Again, I went directly to your social media here on YouTube to say exact same place that I'm at, and you don't got nothing moving, nothing shaking. You got, I think, an African woman directly up there in one of the playlists that you got, but yet ain't nothing moving on your end. That's crazy. Like I said, this is different. It's different how Black Americans do things and how other people can do things. I would never have to go to an African platform in order to get a little bit of light, in order to get a little bit of recognition or some type of value. I don't have to do that. I can just sit up there and create it myself because Black Americans, again, have the Midas touch. So yeah, just saying, it's crazy work. It's diabolical. Diabolical. Girl Speak Up says, stop worrying about African and Caribbeans. Worry instead about your low literacy rates, high criminal rates, high dysfunction and degeneracy in your Black community. The funniest thing is I've seen a lot of Caribbeans in New York just shaking everything that they got. And then people want to turn around and say that those are Black American women, and they're not. That's some crazy work. Just like how a lot of those women on Zeus Network are from other places and not specifically Black American women. Crazy work. How you want to talk about debauchery, dysfunction, degeneracy, and all this other type of stuff. Just like I went over quite a few crimes, especially during the pandemic, and a lot of those folks were not Black Americans. They were Africans. They were those from the islands. They were the same folks that say, me no black, me no black, me no black. like it's crazy to me. This is why this delineation is going to be a very positive and great thing, because it's going to be able to separate who's doing a lot of these crimes. Am I saying that we don't have crimes in the black community? I'm not sitting up there saying that, but I'm saying that we're getting other people to throw their bad folks on top of what it is that we already got. So it's very easy for somebody like you, right? This person that says girls speak. It's very easy for you to pull up to the scene and decide, yo, Bushido, what is up? What is up for the 30 Jules? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love, much love. Let me see. Oh, we had somebody that had a problem with some of the words that I said. They got banned that quick. Man, that's cold-blooded. That's cold-blooded. I'm trying to see if I can find which channel this lady is actually speaking from. It got to be, let me see, how far am I at this moment? 2 hours in, I'm sorry, yeah, it's 2:53. So let me go back there and let me see, 2:53. Let me see, what was it? Girls Speak Up. I'm trying to find it real quick. Yo, back up. What is up? Shout out for the 10 jewels as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciate. That's also a new feature that we got directly on here. Had it for a little bit of time. I wish I could actually see it. Maybe does it pop up on the screen? I'm not even sure. Maybe it might pop up on the screen for you guys. But again, much love, respect, and appreciation, because I'm looking at it from a whole different thing. So shout out to you guys, and also shout out for all the likes. That's all the love that's going through in the chat. Let's get these likes directly up. That also helps the algorithm and gets more people directly into the conversation, into these live streams. And again, these are the things that I just so happen to do quite well, a little bit frequently. But again, like I said before, we got my moderators here. If you decide to be disrespectful, they're gonna see you, and that's it for you. I'm trying to go to the other channel. Wait, you're still eligible for. Okay, so that's for this channel. Okay. I'm trying to go through and go to the live stream real quick to find out where this woman is, because like I said, I love when people happen to leave comments. I love when people happen to do that. Let me see what I miss. Yeah, I can't even specifically tell. I guess it's two different names popping up, I guess. But yeah, like I said before, for a lot of you individuals that are from elsewhere and you normally get offended by the things that I just so happen to state, remember, you guys are runners and track stars. And at this moment in time, we got groups around the United States within Black American communities who are working at this moment in time with the kids, with the elders, with the mothers, with the men, with the young boys, in order to perform corrective nature to get everything on the right track. But you guys refuse to actually do your due diligence and to look those things up. Matter of fact, I even did a video before, and that was by way of CBS. They technically, took that down. And I showcased the fact that you had a group of Black fathers within the Black community that understood that there was a problem within a school where these Black kids were always fighting, right? And the Black fathers were like, all right, our kids go here. We're a part of the community. We're going to band together with the other fathers directly here, and we're going to perform an initiative, and we're going to bring down the amount of fights here. And pretty much the fights are non-existent. They went from like an 80 to a 70 to a 20%, all the way down to pretty much probably like maybe 5, if not lower. And that was just for the simple fact of those Black fathers stepping directly in and letting it be known, like, hey, we love y'all, we see y'all, we're going to be here to actually work with you. Like, even if you may not have your own father, I'll be that father directly for you. I'll be that positive Black role model directly for you, right? I will be the thing that you need so that you are on the correct trajectory. So again, it's crazy to me that somebody like Girls Speak Up could pull up and decide to say this, but at the same time not look at any of the positive content that is out there, or how it is that Black Americans are working within their own community in order to rectify problems, in order to problem solve, in order to give solutions that are proven that actually work. Because the exact same blueprint that those fathers gave that were highlighted on CBS, those are the exact same things that I wanted implemented throughout the Black community in other states. But like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical how everybody always has their mouth open and always wants to say something about Black Americans. They always got something negative to say, but they never have nothing positive. But the same exact people talking bad about Black Americans are the exact same ones copying Black Americans. That's crazy. Because I can promise you the same woman who is this girl speaking, I can promise you this exact same one that's speaking, I promise you she got some aesthetics like Black American women. I bet you that. I bet you that. Let me just try to see something real quick. I got you. I got you. So let's see here. So you got all of your stuff directly on social media. Last time you even made any type of post was about a good year ago. Huh. Uh-huh. Wait. Hold on. Oh boy. Like I said, I love doing stuff like this. It's all cool. I love when people have something to say about Black Americans. Let me see something here. That's a shame you didn't put the actual links to your social medias directly up there. That's a failed attempt right there. And that's why I'll be trying. And like I said, I'm such a nice person. I try to directly tell people how to move on social media to, in a sense, get better. And this person right here has done, a lot of, like I said, I've had conversations with Miss Anderson. I'm not sure if Miss Anderson is here. We've had quite a few talks, and I have given her quite a bit of information. And what I'm looking at specifically on this person's social media is a huge failed attempt. This is why you only have 36 people linked up on your YouTube channel. So, like I said before, obviously you were looking for a little bit of light. Maybe we got some Africans in the background that are listening and watching this at this moment in time. So cool, no problem. I will come back to this video that I have directly in front of you guys in a minute. But this is the main person that you see that wanted to have something to say about Black Americans. Right. So let me go back up, make sure to highlight her comment so that I can easily take that a little bit, take that down. This is the same person. She said, I voted. She voted Republican. What did she say? Black woman for Trump. Now, I wonder if she is Black American. That is the main question, guys. That is the main question, because this person wanted to pull up to the scene and wanted to talk about Black Americans, right? So I'm going to sit up there and take out my bit of time during this live stream, and I'm going to see to look this up. Never mind the reverb that's happening from my little anime happening there. Let's see if we can find you real quick. Like I said, I have no problem taking out time. Like I said, because there's levels to this. There are levels. Let's see what you got. Did I put that in right? 9854. Let me see. Let me just type that in specifically. Let me copy that. The crazy part is maybe I got to go directly to TikTok, I guess. That is crazy. Because you would think that if you type it directly into Google, it's going to sit up there and come up. Guess not. Google was like, nah, it's not really nothing of importance. We're not going to do it. Right? So we decided to go directly to TikTok and to look this up. and can't really find it. I see mostly Asian people. That woman either looks Caribbean or African, and I know that's not her. Wait, could it be? Nope. So it's a tough time out here. Let's see if you got some videos that I might be able to see your face in, so I can spot you. Nope. Not getting nothing. Not getting the thing. I see a Somalian woman up here. Obviously, that's not you. See a Somali man up. Man, when people don't specifically put links to their social medias, this is how people sit up there and lose out on a lot of stuff. You see how much work I have to sit up there and go through, and it's not even like I really care, but it's like it's just for the thing. It's like I should not have to do this much work in order to try to sit up there and find you. Like that is wild to me. Let's see here. Still can't sit up there and find you. This is wild. Went to all of these social medias that you got listed directly on your page. And let me see. Is that the person there? Yeah, no. I'm getting all types of like women that are Spanish and whatnot. Like I said, like at least if you're gonna come directly up, to my platform, at least have all of your stuff directly in order. At least have all of your stuff in order. And this is why I be trying to tell a lot of black folks directly out here. You got a lot of these folks out here, they're not even black American. She is not a black American woman. I'm looking directly at her. Now, again, I could possibly stand corrected. Anything is possible. But for what I can sit up there and see, this is not a black American woman. Not at all. And then you have the nerve to be on some type of high horse and you want to be like, oh, but you blacks need to speak on this and that. You need to fix this and that. I need a lot of you Africans to fix your countries. Fix your countries. Fix your countries. Get rid of the corruption. Get rid of the poverty. Get rid of the illegitimacy rate when it deals with kids. Get rid of a lot of the scamming. Get rid of a lot of the slavery. Get rid of a lot of the skin bleaching. Get rid of a lot of your people that idolize and worship Europeans. Get rid of all of that. Get rid of a lot of that. Like, it's crazy. Like that is 100% diabolical. And you want to pull up to the scene with a quickness just to sit up there and say something about black Americans because you don't like what it is that I'm saying. Huh? That sounds like a personal problem. Oh, got Miss Anderson in here live. No, because you know what it is that I'm talking about. Because we didn't had tons of hours of conversation talking about social media, going over social media, and how to get yourself directly out there and things of that nature. And the clown that you see that made the two posts, black women for Trump, right? I had to go through all of this hard work. And again, as a content creator, I have to go through all of this work to try to find this person. And there's nothing really to find. Google can't even find you. That's a problem. I can't type in your name into a Google search engine and you don't automatically come up. Yo, that's crazy. That's wild. Just put it to bed. Just don't even do social media. Don't do social media because you don't know what you're doing, or you haven't even made enough of a mark for Google to even register you. That's crazy to me. So before you make a comment directly about black Americans, you want to come directly up to my live stream, make sure your social media is directly on par or something. Like, dog, like that's wild. shout out to Miss Anderson, because I know she remembers a lot of the conversations. But yeah, like this person right here, like, dog, you're a clown. You are 100% a straight clown for coming up here and thinking that I wasn't going to try to like look up your social media to try to see what page that you're talking directly from. You are a straight clown. And like I said, you made these posts over like a year ago, and you don't even got nothing up here. You got nothing moving. Let me see what's and the main two comments that you got underneath these posts are from you, which leads me to believe that the main likes that you have on the post on your own page is from yourself. Stop liking your own stuff. It doesn't help. It's not going to help the algorithm. Just because you throw likes on your own comments, just because you make a comment underneath your own post, it's not going to help the algorithm. Pack it up. Pack it directly up. Matter of fact, what you need to sit up there and do, you just need to delete everything that you got directly off of that channel, which really ain't much, to be honest with you. you really don't got much up there. Just pack it straight up. Like I said, that's crazy to me. Like, it's so crazy, I can't even look at your channel stats, because I was going to sit up there and try to see what you was pulling, but you ain't pulling nothing, because ain't nothing here. There's no videos. There's no clips. There's only 2 posts. You don't even got any type of shorts. Like, what are we doing? Like, just pack it up. It's just pack it up. Like I said, stop doing. I need people to stop doing this. Stop doing this. I need people to stop doing this. That is wild to me. That is wild to me, man. Diabolical in nature. Just pack it up, man. Delete that whole channel. Delete whatever you got. A TikTok. Hold on, let me go back here real quick. Delete your TikTok. Delete your IG, because I can't even find that. I don't even know what the purple squiggles are. Delete that as well too. And then whatever you got on Spotify, delete that, because probably ain't nobody listening. You got 36 people, and 36 people couldn't even show up to the 2 posts that you even put within a year time span. Dog, you're a failure. It is over for you. It is curtains. Bury it. Put a grave on it. I will help you buy one. It'll probably be made out of wood. We ain't doing granite or marble, but I will sit up there and get you a wooden cross. Put it up. And we'll even get you a scarecrow with some crows. Put it up. It's done. Like I said, people, stop doing this. Stop doing this. I keep trying to tell people I'm not like the other content creators out here. If you want to sit up there and play stupid games, we can do that. We're going to put this train directly through hot lava. I am the conductor. Choo choo. We are doing this. Like I said, I got time. I am petty. We got time directly out here. We got time. Like I said, but again, for anybody else, don't do this. Do not be this woman here and decide that you're on YouTube as well, and you got somewhat or a little bit of a platform, and you decide that you want to talk about Black Americans. I'm going to be looking directly at your social media. I promise you. If you want to be highlighted, sometimes I will oblige. Other times I'll just overlook. But I'm just in a petty nature today. Gotta be the villain, you know. Gotta lean directly into that villainy, you know. So now we're going to go back to the video that we were watching originally before we were, you know, sent off track to other places. So let's take a listen to this Tether and what she has to say about herself and Black Americans. Again, she stated that she got here around 17, 18, or 19. She didn't have no money. She had the clothes on her back. She had the clothes in her bag, and she was able to magically, as soon as she landed here, she got a job working at a bank, and instantly she was able to get into a college. Right? So let's pay attention.
I came to the United States as an immigrant. I came at the age of 19 with nothing but a suitcase full of clothes and the clothes on my back. And I actually worked hard, and I went through college, and then I worked for a bank for a while. And I was able to create a successful business. By the time I was 27 years old, I had a 7-figure business. I had several employees, and I was living the American dream. So when I hear this narrative that America is systemically racist and evil and oppressive to minorities, I understand that to be completely false. So so that's what inspired me to write the book, because I'm starting to hear this narrative from the left. It is something that was in the dark corners of far left Twitter and the dark corners of far left universities, but it has been thrust into the mainstream, particularly after the George Floyd incident. And it was right then, when that happened, when I started seeing my family and my friends starting to parrot this very narrative, including my own pastor, who was now putting Black Lives Matter decals on the church windows. It really grieved my spirit to see people adopting this ideology, and I know it to be completely false. And as somebody who pays attention to politics, I know that Black Lives Matter is an organization that is a self-proclaimed Marxist organization. They're anti-family. They're an organization that does nothing for Black people. They're an organization that basically fundraises for the far left. but they peddle themselves as a civil rights movement. And I think that's the message that they put out there, and Americans are falling for it. So I wanted to write a book that would educate people so that they understand that this narrative that is coming from the left, it's not designed to help black people. It is designed to racially divide America and conquer it from within. It is a Marxist ideology, and it is designed to tear America and rip the
RIP, which is exactly what I was thinking as soon as I heard her speak and I saw her, and I'm like, look at that wig cap that she got on. That is very American of you to have a wig, to have hair that is not yours, and to also have it be brown. Color me surprised. Color me surprised. You want to sit up there and talk about black Americans, but yet you can't even yourself, being from a whole nother land. You got here at 17, 18, 19, whatever it is. You can't even sit up there and be comfortable enough to wear your own natural hair. That is diabolical to me. Number two things can be right at the same time. Now, I've sat up there and covered videos dealing with Black Lives Matter. I went over the whole mission statement, the first one, the original one that they had, and then the revised mission statement that they had. And what she stated has a little bit, and again, just follow me here, a little bit of truth, where it was anti-family when it deals with Black Americans, which is true. There were also some other things that were later put in there to muddy the waters. Now, the main thing that I stated when it dealt with Black Lives Matter is just the initial statement, Black Lives Matter. And that is a factual statement. The problem that everybody else had, including white folks, they were like, oh, why are you making it seem like only Black Lives Matter? The Asians, why are you making it seem like only Black Lives Matter? Everybody else, why are you making it seem like only Black Lives Matter? This is very divisive rhetoric and rah, 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 rah. And black people never said that. We were just sitting there saying that due to the fact of what we're doing and facing within this country, specifically what everybody can view when it deals with the violence that the police do specifically to the black community, we're saying that our lives matter. It was a clear statement. Whoever it was that decided to start funneling or putting money into all these other groups, this is why you had all the other narratives where it was like Blue Lives Matter. Nobody was talking about cops' lives at all. White lives matter. White people weren't even really talking about this before Black Lives Matter. Asian lives matter. Nobody was talking about this before Black Lives. Anybody else that wanted to come out with an Our Lives Matter 2 type of movement, those things did not exist before Black Lives Matter. So again, this goes back into what I stated before, that when it deals with black Americans and certain things being created or things that are around us, things that we have founded or contributed towards or whatnot or whatever, we have a Midas touch. And whenever that touch is laid there, people want to take directly from that, and then they want to make like they're creating their own thing and all this other type of stuff. Again, none of those groups existed before Black Lives Matter. All of those were basically to, bring down the meaning of the name. Again, that's the meaning of the name is away from the mission statement of the people that were in control of, the people who were also helping to fund, the people who rewrote the mission statement, the people who were found to have been laundering money and buying multi-million-dollar houses and being in Cadillac commercials. Again, all of the stuff dealing with those specific people. I've covered videos directly on that, specifically when it happened, spoke out against it. But again, when it deals just with the meaning of the words Black Lives Matter, that is something that is factual. A lot of people don't want to believe that. They want to start bringing in some other type of stuff. But like, oh, well, if that actually matters, then why don't black people actually care about Black lives? But black people do care about Black lives. You can have two things going on at the same time and still be focused on this other thing that you just brought up. For whatever reason, people are like, well, black people, instead of you focus on what the police is doing, and why don't you focus on what black people are doing to the black community first and then go to everything? You can do a multitude of things at the same time. It's crazy how when black people want to sit up there and focus on 5 things, everybody's like, no, focus on one thing. And I'm like, that's crazy. That's some diabolical work. That is crazy. That is 100% diabolical. 100%. But like I said before, this woman is a Tether. who is wearing a blonde wig for all intents and purposes, and she's trying to talk as white as possible. Some people are like, yo, Cedric, what do you mean talk white? What I mean by that is parroting the exact same talking points that white people have already initiated, that white people have already substantiated, that the Republican Party have already been using for the given amount of years. The exact same way that she's talking is the exact same way that you hear those who are quote unquote black, who are a part of the Republican Party. They speak the exact same way, that they're an individual, that they are different, that they are above, that they are beyond, that they are more educated, that they know better, and all this other type of stuff. And because of that, they separate themselves from everybody else in order to showcase that they're better and and all the other type of good stuff. Like I said, crazy work. It's diabolical in nature. Diabolical. Like I said, the moment in time that black folks want to talk about systematic oppression and the mistreatment by way of the government and the police, this is when everybody else who are from all different walks of life want to tell black Americans to shut up and to just focus on what black people are doing to black people. Crazy work. But yeah, we're all supposed to be one though, right? We're supposed to be teaming up with persons of colors, right? Yeah, okay. All right. Sure. Surely, sure. So now, let me see. What video is this? Okay, that was the clip from earlier. Okay. That was the other one. That was the main video. Oh, also, what was that? What was that? That clown, the other woman that came directly up in here. What was it? The girl speak. Going back to, and this is how I know when people are, Johnny come latelys and stuff like that. I clearly stated at the very front of the video that I talk about serious topics, and I literally put these videos back to back. And it seems as though that those same folks, like that, what's that girl name? Whatever her name is, I just forgot it because it just don't even matter. Whatever she was, but the people like her, they never pull up to videos like that where I'm talking about actual stuff, where I can give you the proof. And I can point you in a direction of where, let's say that black folks in the United States are dealing with a lot of these corporations polluting black communities. Also, to let you guys know, which was actually quite funny, was that when I wanted to put that video up, it took a long time for YouTube to basically okay that video, which was weird because there was no cussing or anything in that video. So there was nothing for them to try to go through and find the issue specifically with. I guess the real issue was that the fact that I was speaking on the fact that, hey, this is what is going on with a lot of these computer companies that has these AIs and whatnot or whatever. They're zapping up all of the water in those areas, and then they're also creating smog. Matter of fact, hold on, let me just highlight something, right? Because that clown wanted to pull up to the scene and wanted to state that, you need to talk about stuff that's going on in the black community and this, that, and the third, and all these other things. I got you, coach. Let me go back here. Let me just pull this up real quick. Whoa, you said you can share up to 10 videos. Okay, so let me pull that one down, and then let me put that one up. Give me a quick second, because I know a lot of people didn't see that video, because again, it be like that. YouTube is kind of funny when I put up videos, but here we go.
Yo, this is about to be our new reality, bro. When all these data centers get to busting and all of them are going at the same time, bro. That's what them data centers is finna be doing to our lungs, bro, our air. You see all that smoke, bro? This is what's happening in Boxtown, Memphis, you feel me? Suffocating, bro.
You didn't take the time to learn about what was going on in Boxtown, Memphis, and how those people are literally being suffocated by tech companies and what was built in their city. So I'm here to warn you, because people don't tend to care unless it's happening to them. And I'm telling you now, it's going to happen to you. I live in Columbus, Ohio, and I work at a data center. I can't say what data center or none of that, but I want you to know that these data centers are kicking out so much smog and smoke. And we only have a few up right now, but when I say they are expanding these data centers. They are being built rapidly. Okay? They are being built rapidly. And what I want to tell you is one day we're going to wake up. If we don't like do something, we're going to wake up and we're going to end up like the Lorax when they were living in a city that was boxed in, and the one boy who woke up, he went outside the wall and it was nothing but just black and no trees. So I suggest that we start preserving, figuring out how to plant more trees, preserve the trees, because that's what helps with getting all that toxic chemical and different things out of the air. We need trees. And I'm telling y'all, you drive in that area where the data centers are at nighttime, you see nothing but the smoke clouds kicking out of these data centers. And one day, if we don't do something or if we don't start paying attention, we're going to flick our water faucets on and no water is going to come out. You understand that data centers need water? Who else needs water? And clean water at that? We do. You go and look and see where a data center is. What's next to it? A pond. A pond. Probably built the pond. They're building canals for the water to get to the data center. So I'm just going to put this here. Let me say the word allegedly, I guess. I don't know, just to save myself. I don't know when you're supposed to say allegedly, but I'm just going to say allegedly. TikTok, this is for entertainment purposes only. All right.
Yeah, you gotta make sure to do that.
Talking, putting a little bug in people's ear, just entertainment purposes only. Wink, wink. So yeah, I hope y'all are ready. Pay attention. It takes biometrics. I don't know about y'all, but I am about to go write down all of my passwords. I'm going to go write down all of my passwords, emails, go through my history on my computer, get all the passwords for anything, even if I probably don't have it anymore. And I'm discontinuing my biometrics off of my phone. And I'm going to have to go back to the old school way of remembering people's phone numbers, remembering passwords, because, baby, it's about to get wicked. And be careful about what you're letting your kids sign up to, what you're signing up to, what you're putting your face on, what you're putting your biometrics on. I mean, the military already got most of my stuff, but this is just something a little different, y'all. And if we don't want to end up in a city where it smells like smog and you literally feel like you're suffocating, we're going to do something. All these rich people, they all have enough money where they could all put $1 million together and make something that could just help clean the air, but they're not. They're tearing it down on purpose. But population control is the thing that they want. I'm telling you, that smog smells so bad. It smells so dirty. It smells like batteries. It just smells like acid. It just smells dirty. And I used to be coughing outside, so I wear something over my face. I don't know, but that's what I do know, and I do feel compelled to say something. Even if only one person sees this, I told you so. I said something. I put it out there. That data centers are going to ruin us. Data centers are going to ruin America. Yes, it's providing a lot of jobs. If you need a job, you need to figure out how to get into a data center. That's what I will say. But yeah, I don't know, man. I guess that's that. Yeah.
Right. So for me, the reason I put out this video, and I happen to, if I see videos like online, no matter who is, posting it and stuff like this, I try to get it directly out there because I don't know who the original content creator is. And I don't know how many views they may have gotten directly on that video, but hopefully if people are able to see that person's face, they might match it up with, that person's content or whatnot, whatever. And people share their information and all that other type of stuff. And this is why I said that stuff like this is important. And this is also why I state that when a lot of those folks like that, the other one that pulled up here wanted to say that, black people need to talk about this, that, and the third. This is why when I talk about stuff like this, they never see videos like this. They never actually have something to actually say because they can't. Because they can't give an explanation on why it is that they would specifically put these types of buildings that can cause environmental changes not just to the surrounding areas, but to the populace that is there, why they would specifically put those in those areas. But just so that, because I ain't trying to sit up and say for no informational purposes only, I ain't trying to do all that. So what we're going to do is that I'm going to highlight this information. Let me see, did I download that yet? This is some of the information that I put directly in the video, and I'm going to go over this with you guys in this live stream. Right, because again, I know a lot of people don't happen to see a lot of the informational videos that I put directly up there. I know this to be factual because I can look at the views. And even when I do put those videos up there, you know, that's what happens. Also, to pay attention, look at the views that we originally had when we were having a conversation, right? And then look at the views now, right? Magically, we're not in like the 100 area, right? When we're talking about something serious, something that you can actually look at and research. Now, magically, you know, views are seemingly dwindling down. So like I said, it's not me. It's not me. This is information that technically anybody can use, but specifically, this is stuff happening to, you know, Black Americans, right? So let me go from the top because I know you guys can't see it. It says that Elon Musk's XAI supercomputer facility in South Memphis is facing significant backlash and legal threats from the NAACP and Southern Environmental Law Center for operating unpermitted methane gas turbines, causing major smog, nitrogen oxides, and formaldehyde pollution in the already overburdened low-income Black community, raising serious environmental justice concerns and accusations of violating the Clean Air Act despite permits for some turbines being issued later. Key issues and impacts: pollution sources. The facility uses numerous portable methane gas turbines, some reportedly up to 35, to power its AI, releasing nitrogen oxide, or NOx, and formaldehyde, which creates smog and harms respiratory health. Health concerns. The emissions exacerbate existing poor air quality in South Memphis, a community already suffering high rates of asthma, heart disease, and cancer due to past industrial pollution. So let me just repeat that again for the hard of hearing in the back that always want to say, "Oh, why is it always about race? Prove it's about race. This, that." We're going to get to it. Health concerns. The emissions exacerbate existing poor air quality in South Memphis, a community already suffering high rates of asthma, heart disease, and cancer due to past industrial pollution. Permitting violations. XAI, operating many turbines without requiring air permits, violates the Clean Air Act, though the Shelby County Health Department eventually issued permits for 15 over community objections. Environmental justice. Critics label the situation as environmental racism, targeting a historically marginalized Black neighborhood with industrial pollution for a tech project. So let me just repeat these things again, right? So the health concerns have to do with emissions that exacerbate existing poor air quality in South Memphis, which is a community already suffering high rates of asthma, heart disease, and cancer due to industrial pollutions. Then we got the critics who label the situation as environmental racism, targeting a historically marginalized Black neighborhood with industrial pollutions for a tech project. Energy demand. The facility draws massive amounts of power, equivalent to about 100,000 homes, increasing the strain on the local grid and fossil fuel reliance. Next, now this is where we get to the race part, because a lot of people are like, oh, what does it have to do about race? Why doesn't it just affect all people? Right? So what's the demographics of Boxtown? The census data shows that the median income of the zip code housing of Boxtown is $30,103, and the population is 96.5% Black. It's a high amount of Black folks there getting affected by that pollution. So yeah, it's about race. What is the history of Boxtown? Historically, Boxtown began as a community for emancipated enslaved people and freedmen. So again, we're not talking about Latin. We're not talking about Dominican. We're not talking about Asian. We're not talking about African. We're not talking about Native American. We're talking about enslaved people and freedmen. Only one group of people can have that. And after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation back in 1863, the Shelby County on the southern border of the city of Memphis, Boxtown was also named because its houses resembled railroad boxcars. Another one is what is Boxtown in Memphis? This is Boxtown, a neighborhood in Southwest Memphis founded by formerly enslaved people who put down deep roots, and residents who cherish their ties to the land. History of Boxtown began as a community again for emancipated slaves, people, and freedmen soon after signing the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 in Shelby County on the southern boundary of the city of Memphis. So again, like I said before, can't nobody tell me nothing. This is specifically about Black Americans. These tech companies are specifically hindering the health, the progress of Black communities by what? Having these industries, these businesses, these buildings there doing what? Polluting the air, polluting the quality of life, polluting the areas around, polluting the water, the groundwater, the soil. What did they sit up there and say that causes? Heart disease. They said people are suffering from cancer, respiratory problems, and no telling, they probably also suffering from infertility. And this is specifically in areas where these people have lineage of the enslaved people. So you got history here, you got lineage there, and they put these companies there to erase, to get rid of that lineage. So like I said before, these people are emancipated and they got the land. So obviously America's like, you know what, we did do wrong, so we gave you this land, but you know what, your time is up and we want that land back, so we're going to put something here, we're going to get this land one way or another, or another way. They basically trying to pull the Denzel, we leaving here with something. They from around the way, they about to leave here with something, and that's what they doing. No matter how they got to do it, they're going to get those people directly off of that land so that they can have that land for free, so that they don't have to worry about leasing. They don't have to worry about any rules or anything like that, because the land is power. Power is land. Like I said, if you look at a lot of these Black communities and where a lot of these factories and facilities are, look at where they are. Look at where the wind blows, where the wind shifts. Look at the high rates of cancer and health problems that a lot of these people in these Black communities suffer directly from. And again, this is not my first time covering stuff directly like this, dealing with Black community. This is not my first time. I got quite a few videos directly down there on the channel covering this. But again, those are, again, more videos when it deals with actual information where people can't rah and all this other type of stuff. You got to deal with the facts. You got to deal with the black and white. You know, people tend not to show up for those videos. People tend not to talk much. People tend to overlook those. So, you know, like I said, it's crazy. That is diabolical. But, you know, again, like I said, when it deals with Black Americans, we will fight for whatever it is that we got, no matter how long it takes, no matter what the sacrifice is. We are going to do just that, because that's what we've always done. We're not runners. We're not fleers. We're not just going to sit up there and give up and just throw our hands up and just walk away. Like I said, it's crazy. But like I said, a lot of people not going to care about it up until it starts affecting everybody else. So when it enters everybody, when it starts entering immigrant communities, when it enters white communities and Asian, when these big tech giants start putting buildings like this there, that's when everybody want to make a ruckus. That's when you'll start seeing people talk about, oh, we got to do something. My kids got asthma, and this is, you know, it's exacerbating the problem, and this is that and the third, and my plants are dying, and all this is blocking out the sunlight, and right. The moment of time that this affects everybody else's community, that's when everybody want to stand up and speak. When this is specifically happening to Black communities, nobody wants to say anything, because going back to what was it? What's the Black conservative Republicans? They're supposed to be so knowledgeable and know a lot of things, right? But yet they don't say anything about these things happening in Black communities. Why? Because it doesn't matter. Because it's not going to match well. It's not going to meld or mesh with their main demographic, who gives them money, who are their main subscribers, who are their main donators, who are their main sponsors. It's not going to mesh well, because they're not going to care. They're not trying to hear none of that. Like I said, it's crazy. It is diabolical. Yo, what is up, Mo? Mo said Columbus, Ohio. Report linked Amazon data centers to miscarriages and rare cancers, drawing concerns about data centers present in the Central Ohio. I mean, I'm not too surprised. Because remember, I did the video about a year or so back about Palestine, Ohio, and how it is that basically that chemical bomb went off, and that was during the time when it was heavily cloudy and it was having all types of storms there, and whatever those chemicals were went into the clouds and it came right back down. All of that stuff went right down into the groundwater, right back into the source, went onto the playgrounds, into the roofs, into the houses, into the gardens, into the plants. It was bad. But like I said, I did a live stream and I did a full video directly on that as well too. But like I said, people don't really care up until it starts, affecting them in their populace. Like I said, the only thing that Black Americans can do is, put out the warning sign. Let people know the end is near. That's it. And then it'll get to a point where Black Americans are like, hey, we're not, doing no more of this warning stuff. Y'all just gonna have to figure it out. And yeah, people just gonna be seeing the sign sitting on the corner. And they'll be like, yo, what happened to the guy that usually be sitting here, giving the warnings? Like, what happened? Like, now everybody trying to look for him. Nah, it ain't no reason to look. Figure it out. Because y'all ain't want to listen from the beginning. Y'all ain't want to listen in the middle. But now y'all want to pay attention at the end. It's too late. It is too late. And like I said, it's going to be a lot of people that's going to wake up late. And it be like that. It be like that. What was it? Jeff said Black Republicans care about themselves. They're either actually or pretending to buy into a system as individuals while knowingly scapegoating onto the rest of the community problems. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. It's all bad. Let me see. Roxanne, what is up? What's up? You said you are an intelligent young man. You have done your homework. Keep up the good work. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Sham said, what was that comment? I saw you. You said that the pollution is traveling to white areas as well, and the breathing and drinking and all those chemicals, same as the people that they thought they were destroying. I mean, it'd be like that. It's the same thing with drugs. The exact same thing with the crack epidemic. They thought that it was only going to affect the Black community and that it was just going to pretty much just push us out of existence, but yet we're still here. And then slowly but surely, that same thing came to the white communities. And this is when it became an epidemic. They needed to make laws, rules, and regulations. And then we had the same thing going on with all the other, scheduled class A or S narcotics directly out there, and how that was affecting the white communities. And then I gave you guys videos and information and stories directly from mainstream media news, which showcase the fact that whenever it is that these scheduled class A drugs or whatever they are affects the white community, this is when people want to do studies. This is when people want to open up buildings using taxpayer dollars and using police resources in order to give them these drugs that people should be locked up for by way of using clean needles and bedding. So they want them to be able to get high legally on drugs that are illegal and that are taking the lives of their people within their communities. Like I said, it's so backwards, it don't even make sense. So in one instance, they'll criminalize it if Black people are doing it and it's happening to Black people. But when it happens to their own folks, they make sure that it's like, hey, we got people that go through addiction. John has been, suffering with the details of, his father, back in 1967 that divorced his mom and left him. And, he just haven't been right since. So, he has an addiction and we understand and we're going to get him some therapy and some help and rah. But mind you, somebody in the Black community can have that exact same thing, but that's not an excuse. We're just going to lock him up. We're not going to give him any help. We're going to throw him directly in jail into one of these cells so that we can still and absorb the energy that is innocence there to power whatever it is that we're using that energy for. And rinse, wash, and repeat. And just in case he does get exonerated, we're going to sit up there and put in his son. We're going to have a school to prison pipeline to make sure that we have endless amounts of energy, endless amounts of bodies that we can put into these privatized systems that are owned directly by the rich, that really don't do anything to actually benefit a human being, which actually puts a lot of human beings in a permanent fight or flight type of stance, which then heightens their energy on top of the wear and tear on their body, because they're in this very specific heightened interest, never ending fight or flight. So it's like, yeah, one way or another. One way. Okay, Trees, you said it's a schedule too. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. What was it? Jeff said, right, like the woman who was in the diabetic coma, idle in the middle of the LA roadway. They broke her window out and they didn't wake her up fast enough and arrest her for the DUI. That's crazy. You said people in the comments were blaming her, saying that it was her fault for not having a spare insulin. And you know the craziest part about that is insulin costs a lot of money. You see something? Let's see, what is the price of insulin? So they said insulin prices. Matter of fact, let me just put this directly up to match up with your comment. Like I said, this is why I love doing live streams. Let me put the image directly up there, right? So it said insulin prices in the United States vary significantly from $300 per vital list prices to as low as $25 for generic versions at places like Walmart. With recent efforts like the Inflation Reduction Act, the state incentivizes, e.g. California, $11 pens aim to lower costs, though many insured individuals still face high copays, while the uninsured often pay list prices, leading to rationing. So they said high list prices before recent cuts. List prices for a 30-day supply could hit $500+ with a single vital, often $250 through $300+ despite production cost around $2 to $4. So it costs $2 to $4 for them to make insulin, and then they upcharge that and make it $500+. Yo, it's like they making Jordans. Like, if anybody who wears shoes, anybody knows about Jordans, Jordans are made in China. It basically takes them 12 to 13, at most maybe $15 to make these shoes, but then they come out and they get sold in America for $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8, $900, and then the resale is even higher. So it's like this shows you how much of reality is a scam. Like it would, like, okay, so if insulin costed, let's say like $2 to $4, if they sold it for $5, cool. No problem. Even if they wanted to sell it for 10, cool. All right, got you. You want to sit up there and put this for hundreds of dollars, of which people don't even got. Like, people are already struggling. So you got people that are already struggling, living a normal life. Add on top of the fact that they got health problems where they need insulin. I'm talking about they actually need this to live. And you want to charge this amount of money. Like I said, these systems, man. These systems are nothing but scams. Nothing but scams. It cost them $2 to $4 to make it, but that's how much they're literally charging people in order to buy it, just to stay alive. That's crazy. That is diabolical. Tree said I used to dispense insulin for about 30 a day per vital. Let me see. Sham said I can tell you the cost. $1,200 for the long acting, and $500 for the fast vital, and $600 for the stabilizer. Jesus, that is insane. The much love to anybody out there that's going through diabetes. I say it that way because of the guy from the commercial from the 90s. If you know, you know. But shout out and much love to my folks out there that's going through diabetes at this moment in time. I'm so sorry that this country is money hungry and greedy, where it is that they value the dollar over your actual health and the life of your kids or your loved ones. I'm sorry it's like that. The only way that I can think of, basically, bringing that down is, that would be the toughest, that would be the hardest sacrifice to even do for anybody to do. People would have to, find a different way, or to stop buying the insulin. people would have to stop doing that in order to bring down those prices. And this is why I set up this said, in order for things to actually change, like great sacrifices have to be made. But I know that a lot of sacrifices, a lot of people are not willing to make. And I understand that. I 1000% understand that. But again, as I stated before, if you look throughout history, the only way for things to change is for great sacrifices to be made. You know. So next, we're gonna go directly over to. Did I do this video? Okay, I'm saving a video for last. Saving that for last. What was this video? Okay, we're going to save that one for last as well too. So those main top 3 videos we're saving. We went over the whole thing dealing with the Haitians. Let me see, immigrants. Okay, so we went over the video with the young lady talking about what's the name was it? Foundation Black American Immigrants and Diaspora. I think this is right. Yeah. We went over that one. So I can take that one out. So okay, so now we're going to look at this woman here. And the craziest part is they look like this person here, which is a woman. She looked like she bleached her skin anyway. And the craziest part is that the woman that you see directly here is Nigerian. And I didn't realize that, or basically Tether, whatever. I didn't realize that up until the information was put directly out. So let's look at this video and let's take a listen.
I will gladly throw the flag away, especially if it means that we're pretending Indians. If the Solon flag means that we're Native Americans, burn that. That's the CIA. What the fuck are you talking about? The flag represents African Americans. But now that you guys have hijacked the flag into meaning that we are Native American, get rid of the shit, bro. No, y'all hijack everything. Every movement we do to try to bring us closer together, y'all hijack.
So this person,
the perk was fake, but I still ate it.
Right? So this person went through and found the fact that this person is just masquerading.
I love this question. So
right? All through their TikTok social media, person masquerading. Look at that. That don't look nothing Black American to me. I ain't never seen those flags in my life. Those flags don't even register to me as a Black American. But it's crazy how this person's like, they're always trying to, it's the CIA, they're always trying to hijack this. No, you're the hijacker, champ. You are the real hijacker. And you know, the killing part about this is that the exact same person that wanted to rah on social media talking about, you know, the flag this and the flag that. Let me just bring up this image directly to you. She decided to take the flags out of her bio. Now, if you yourself were actually Black American, firstly, you wouldn't have those flags in your bio. Number two, if what you were doing and saying was not an issue, why would you take the flags directly that you put specific? You put these flags there. It wasn't AI. It wasn't TikTok. It wasn't ChatGPT. You weren't hacked. You specifically put those flags there to let people know who it is that you are, what bloodlines you're a part of. Why would you take those away? And this is why Black Americans are here masquerade. Like, I don't got a problem with people who are actually just them. It's cool. I have no problem. I see you see me, we have conversations. Cool. Got it. Good. Beautiful. But the moment in time that you're masquerading, and that when you get called out, now you want to sit up there and pull back information so that people don't know specifically who it is that you are, and you just want people to go off of what it is that you put out for face for content sake, for face value. It's like, no, we got a problem. We 100% got a problem. And this is why I had to sit up there and highlight, what was that other clown directly up here? This one here, that what was that? The something speak up, whatever her name is, that wanted to pull up to the scene talking about Black Americans. And again, I looked at that woman. She don't look Black American at all, but she got what's the name talking about black woman for Trump. Black woman who? Are you talking about African women? Are you talking about those from the island? Like who specifically are you talking about? Because you can't be talking about Black American women. Like I said, that's crazy. Like I said, it magically people want to do this all for one for all type of thing, but yet they still look at everybody as being separate. That's some crazy work. The same women that be pulling up to the scene want to talk about Black Americans are the same ones emulating Black American women, are the same ones that want to separate themselves from Black American women. Crazy work. Diabolical in nature. Can't make this stuff up. But like I said, that's why I like doing live streams so I can showcase a lot of this stuff. So a lot of the people that want to try to be, naysayers, like, oh, you don't have any facts, you don't have this. You can go look up the stuff that I just mentioned. The stuff that especially the stuff that I just showed. You can easily go look that up. Right? But like I said, going back to where is she at? Or did I just delete that video off of here? Oh no, I didn't. Yeah, going back to this one right here, like I said, straight clown. She looked like she bleached. She looked like she been using skin bleaching. Like I said, for you to be quote unquote African, Nigerian, whatever, and you're that light, whew, that's crazy. That is wild work. Wild. I'm not even sure how you survive. Because last time I checked, anything close to albino, they snatching up. Y'all don't even really exist. they use you for some type of like witchcraft or something. Sprinkling some little, fairy dust or whatever it is. Like it's crazy work out there. But it'd be like that though. It'd be like that. All right. So next, we're gonna go to this video.
The Jamaican Governor Wes Moore's veto on the reparations study. But let's just make sure that it's lineage based, because they'll overturn it, and then all of a sudden everybody has their hands in the pie. So just make sure that this reparations study, which is a joke in itself in a lot of ways, includes the fact that it's lineage based only for ethnic Black Americans. There shouldn't be Caribbean people, African people trying to get reparations from America. They can go to their own countries and get reparations. So Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, the only melanated governor in America, vetoed the study on reparations. And the Maryland the Maryland legislation, I don't know if they're the caucus or whatever, they overturned that with some sisters or whatever. I will post in a second the news article. You can look it up. But we have to make sure that it's lineage based on ethnic Black Americans only.
Oh yeah, I think I went over let me see. I should have at a moment in time covered. Let me see. See if I can get an image of this dude real quick. Oh yeah. I know who this is. Yeah, I did a video on this clown before. Yeah, I did a video on this dude. And this is why I sat up there and said before. This is why I brought up the whole thing with Ilhan Omar in that video that I showcased in a previous video that I gave up to you. So this is basically Wes Moore. This is the Jamaican or Jamaican American, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. This is the person that specifically took up a spot for Black Americans, and he decided that oh no, we're not doing no study on reparations. We're not doing that. Let's get that up out of here. Like I said, this is why you cannot trust tethers, because they do stuff like this. They impede on whatever progress or whatever things that Black Americans are specifically trying to do or get through to doing. They will be that roadblock. They will be that gatekeeper. They will be that object, that mountain, specifically in the way to make sure that things do not go. And again, this is why the people in power put him directly in that role. This is why he was given that position, because they knew that he was going to play the game. They knew that he was going to do what needs to be done, and they knew that he was not going to be for the betterment or for the stabilization, for propelling Black people forward. He is just there to keep people stagnant. Like I said, this is why you can't trust these clowns out here. Crazy work, diabolical. 100% dot. Now, let it had actually been somebody that was Black American and that was on time, we wouldn't have had to have this conversation, because they would have been there fighting tooth and nail. They would have been, going through hell and high water to make sure that whatever study or whatever needs to be done was going to get done. They would have been on that case. But this clown right here, no, because he's not Black American. He's the same type that probably agrees that, the whole thing of, slavery was so long ago and this, that, and the third. And, they don't need reparations and, right. That all of that type of song and dance. Like I said, crazy work. He technically looked like he'd been doing some bleaching too. Looked like he did some light bleaching, looking funny. So let's continue.
When it comes to this
country. Don't worry about the tether. Do you think there's a difference between financial Black American versus an African? Because I feel like even though I was born in Africa, most of my life was raised in America. I joined the military and I was ready to die for this country.
Yeah.
So technically speaking, I am African American.
Yeah, you are African American.
So do you think there's a difference between
those
two?
You deserve every bit of America that you fought for and did everything for. Yeah. But your ancestors ain't do nothing for this country. But be honest with us. Yeah. Let's be real. They got us here. If it wasn't for their hard work, if it wasn't for what
you are the resident African American right now.
If African Americans win in their struggle in the United States, that is a blueprint for us in Africa and the rest of the world. So with their struggle for reparations, it equals to the conversation about what Sudan needs from England, what Sudan needs from the Arab world, what Sudan needs from every other person that has been able to take a part of South Sudan. Right?
That is a fallacy.
I think that goes. You're assuming like that all of African Americans are.
Now you saw how the once. Now this is what I would sit up there and say, and I like to be honest, right? It's crazy how I froze it directly on that as well too. This man I respect because he didn't say we, right? He didn't try to counter. He didn't try to be a counterfeit. He didn't try to cosplay. He said they. He said because of Black Americans, because of them. He didn't try to claim nothing. He know exactly who it is, where he come from, and all that. He stood directly on that while correcting all of those other tethers directly out there about the history, about what it is that Black Americans have contributed to, and how it is that if Black Americans win, everybody else basically wins. But then you have these clowns, these African clowns in the background talking about, oh, that's a fallacy, to think that all of Black Americans are. Shut your ass up. Shut up. Just 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 shut up. This is what I be talking about. This is why at no point in time will you really see any type of movement when it deals with Black Americans and Africans. Because even if they got one of their own specifically speaking on the behalf of African Americans, of Black Americans, getting things incorrect, misconstrued. Let me just roll myself back just correctly. Where he's as an African, well, is he African? Wherever he's from, he's speaking on the behalf of Black Americans, right? Talking to these African Americans as the guy originally, going back to this one right here, right? Because he wanted to sit up there and say like, oh, well, I sat up there and gave this, that, and the third, and I went to the military and I'm African, but, I was, pretty much raised in America. So realistically, I'm African American. And he said that with his mouth open because he was like, well, technically, I'm still a part of the culture. No, you're not. You're an African in America, African American. Elon Musk is African American. He is a South African man that came to America, making him African American. This is why I set up there and told people before when it deals with that terminology, because of Jesse Jackson way back in the 80s coining that terminology. This is where that started flying directly up during the 2000s. Again, I did videos and live streams directly on this, going over this, where the terminology pretty much came at the tail end of the 80s. And then during the 90s, it was here and there, but it didn't really start popping up until the 2000s. And then that's when it took hold. And that's when you started having a nice amount of folks here consider themselves African American, when realistically, none of us who are Black Americans have never been to Africa at all. We've always been in America. So this is why I say Black American. And I get the fact that I'm going to have some people that always pull up to the video talking about, well, Seji, that's a misnomer. Actually, there's no such thing as Black. If you look at a Black Law Dictionary and rah, 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 and I keep telling you, I'm like, dog, I went over these definitions. I did this. I did all of these live streams countless times. I even did these directly on TikTok. But like I said before, this is why I understand and know that a lot of people just refuse to actually watch a lot of the content that I put out. So this is why I just meet people where it is that they are, instead of me just trying to be like ahead of the curve and do this and let people know like the warning signs of like the future. I'm not doing none of that. I'm walking directly with people. I'm not about to be walking ahead no more. We all gonna be hitting the exact same obstacles and roadblocks. We're gonna be doing that exact same thing. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it because I always got somebody pulling up to the scene, always trying to correct me on some terminology. The black law. I got the black law. Also got the English dictionary from like I think like the 16, the 15, 16, and 1800s. Like I said, I went far beyond the whole thing of black. I went to tawny and swarthy. Right, those are also terminologies that were depicted when it dealt with melanated people that were on American soil that the Europeans first ran directly into. Right, but like I said, you can't. You it's so tiring. It's so tiring. Like people just don't understand. It's like I can actually like sit there and like have some conversations and stuff sometimes, but it's like it's just tiring because it's not going to get nowhere. It's not going to get nowhere because like it gets to a point where I'm just looking at some of the comments. I'm like, all right, well, looking at this video and people are trying to correct me on what black is. I'm like, you just want to hear yourself talk at this point because I'm like, we already covered this. But I commonly stated that I'm just going to be walking with people. I'm going to meet people where it is that they are. I'm not going to try to correct people on terminology, on the names, and whatever it is that people describe themselves as. I'm going to work directly with that and work through it. That's all I'm going to do. That's all I'm going to do. Like I said, I ain't doing all this debating and stuff. And that's why I keep telling people. It's crazy work. Let me see. What is it? What should I say? They hate on Black American is so bad, yet they need to follow the Black American example to get their countries free from the oppressor. Yeah, that's the crazy part. Sham said, but what he is not is DOS, descendant of slavery, or FBA, which is foundational Black American. Yeah, he's not. This is why he over there in that corner looking strange. And this is why whenever they have a lot of these podcasts, in order for their podcast to even go anywhere, they got to look like us. They got to technically have the vernacular. They can still, you might hear where it is that they're from their voices, but they're still trying to slide in, our vernacular, our wordage, right? Slang, whatever it is that you want to sit up there and call it. When they're having their conversations, and then they always got to have conversations around Black Americans, what it is that Black Americans doing. Because I keep trying to tell people, I'm like, dog, this is really why you don't really have those up there in the UK. They're not really popping because they don't really got nothing to talk about. Because they can't really talk about stuff from home because don't nobody care. They don't even care. And then the stuff in the UK, it's like it's whatever. So this is why you see people hopping online talking about Black Americans and all this other type. Like I said, it's crazy. People always got to use Black Americans in order to start a fire because they can't start a fire on their own. Like people can't get like two rocks together and some little like shrubbery branches or some dry pieces of grass and to spark some up. Like that's crazy to me. Like I know how to start a fire and I don't have to sit up there and look towards Africans or whoever else in order to get that moving. Like I said, it's wild out here. It is diabolical. Hey, I've already spotted it and had my issues with some of the African folks up there in the UK. Like, hey, if you've been here long enough, you didn't set up there and seen the videos where they have been talking wild, or in UK terms, they're moving mad. They're moving mad out here. It's doing all types of talking out here, or as people would say, just chatting. But like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical. I'm like, yo, where did all of this stuff directly come from? I'm like, this is wild out here. It is insane. Jermaine said Black British rather talk about us than actual issues in the UK that they are facing. Roxanne said it is exhausting. Apple said, hold on, really, Seji? Only the United States blacks are fighting? Wait, you said bro, you lot are not the only ones fighting and trying to move with each other. But see, that's the problem. We never said that we did. We're talking about here in the United States. So basically, what they're talking about is the fact that if Black Americans get what it is that they are supposed to get here, and we are able to substantiate that, that is a blueprint for those out there across the pond. So yes, that means for the UK, that means for Africa, that means for those in the islands like Haitian, Jamaican, Dominican Republic, whatever. For all of those out there, that is going to lay down a blueprint on how it is to move and how it is to do it. Because if all of these other folks out there are able to do it, they would have been done it. Nobody has done it yet. Black Americans are the closest ones to at least have a conversation for something to actually potentially happen. That's all I'm saying. You said it's called setting a president. Well, are you talking about like a president, or are you talking about a president? Because I'm looking at the wording here. Because if you're just talking about just in the form of wait, what? Okay, you're talking about president. Okay, I got you. But that's all I'm saying. If all I'm saying is this, beyond Black Americans, right? I can sit up there and say, looking at everything that everybody else has gone through, Haitians deserve reparations, Jamaicans deserve reparations, other folks in the islands deserve reparations, Africans deserve reparations, right? All of this would basically come from the UK and Europe. But yet all of those groups, no matter how together they want to say that they be, as a collective, as a culture, religion, tribe, whatever it is, they have not yet gotten any reparations. I can't point to anybody. I can't point to any UK Africans that have gotten reparations from the UK or Europe. And Europe still has a lot of artifacts from African countries in their museums. That makes no sense. And they're making monies off of those African artifacts in either the UK or those European museums. Again, reparations are due, but it has not happened yet. What was it? You said, but we have the same entity. This is what I'll sit up there and tell you. The fights that we have is different. Haitians beat the French. We all know this. They beat them proudly. They beat them boldly. They sent them back with their tails between their legs. But the French were like, you know what? We're leaving here with something. And because we lost this fight, and we had to do all of this work and these many soldiers and armadas and whatever it was, we're going to put you in debt and you owe us money for the war that we lost. Haitians fight with Europeans is different from the fight that Black Americans have with the United States government. The fight that Africans have with Europeans in the UK is different from the fight that Black Americans have with the United States government. You said in the church in the UK has set aside money to pay. How about, see, this is the thing, you're talking about a church. How about you talk about the Vatican? How about the Vatican set aside money in order to give reparations to Africans? You talk about a small church. Anybody can do that. That's great. Is that going to sit up there? Is that little bit of money that they're setting aside? How is that going to help out the 1 point something billion Africans that are currently there residing on that continent, and also the Africans that are abroad? How is that little bit of money from that church going to help out all of those Africans? It's not. Now, when you sit up there and say, you said it's not a small church. Apple, is it the Vatican? The Vatican is the biggest church out of the whole planet. The Vatican is the main place that everybody pretty much worships. The whole world knows the Vatican. The whole world worships the Pope, bows down to the Pope. Whenever a Pope happens to pass, people cry. When a Pope is elected, the whole world rejoices. So that's why I'm saying it's a small church. It is nothing in comparison to the Vatican. The Vatican is a church of churches. It has more money than whatever church that you're talking about. So that's what I mean by a small church. That church that you're talking about, you said what? You said the Church of England. This is for the UK blacks. You do see how when I said that it's not in comparison to the Vatican, that's exactly what I mean. And now you're talking about specifically to the UK blacks, but don't the UK blacks have a lineage to the don't the Africans in the UK have a lineage or ancestry in Africa? And hasn't the UK done things in order to take from the Africans in Africa? So I'm like, it doesn't even make sense. Somebody for a place that has specifically, the UK has specifically robbed African people on the African continent, and for them to be like, hey, we're going to set a little bit of some trinkets aside, but this is specifically for the Africans that are in the UK. That's nothing. That's nothing. And then realistically, how much money is that? Is it in the trillions? I bet it's not. Matter of fact, let me see something real quick. Let's see. Side. So let's see. The church says that the Church of England is established a 1 billion. I guess that wouldn't be a euro. That would be a pound. Which will basically be the equivalent of 1.2 billion fund initially proposed as 100 million to address its historical links to the transatlantic slave trade and transport communities impacted by Africa chattel enslavement. This fund for healing, repair, and justice aims to invest in Black-led businesses and education. Hold on. Wait. So you mean to tell me that the fund is only for the investment in Black-led businesses and education? So you mean to tell me that y'all can't even get y'all hold on, because I just want to make sure, because I know that you're in the UK, right? So you could correct all of this information that I just looked up on Google real quick. Because like I said, I love having, conversations directly with people and putting information directly out there, and we can have these conversations. From what I'm understanding, from what it is that I just looked up, is that y'all don't even get to really touch the money. Other people still have control of your money. This money is set aside for you, but you don't even get a check. It has to go by way of colleges or maybe businesses. Again, all of that stuff is going directly back to that country, back to the same people. You don't even have a choice on where it is that you put the money. It's not like you can get your share of the money and be like, all right, I'm about to go back to Africa, and I'm about to, build up some stuff for my people. I'm about to get some of my family and friends directly out of poverty with the money that I have here, that the government has been like, all right, you know what, this is our apology. This is a brand new fresh start so that we can get over this hurdle, over this thing that we caused you, this pain. That's crazy. They're like, okay, we got this money, but the only way that you can touch it is if you are by way of college, which is education, or by way of starting up a business. Again, all of those things are benefiting the exact same place of which put you in those circumstances. I'm highly confused. I'm trying to figure out on how is that beneficial. You can't even touch the money to decide, to be a deciding factor on if you want to pick up and help out your own people. They're still controlling your money. Like, that's crazy. That Apple. All I'm saying is, like, I know you over there in the UK. All I'm saying is, like, yo, this is disrespectful. This is you said for what I saw, it was a little while ago, it was a payment into the accounts. Yeah, I guess they must have lied or something, because this is what I typed in. I typed in, technically what you said. I paraphrased. I typed in the UK church setting aside setting money aside for Africans, and this is what came up. Right, this is pretty much what came up, and this is all the information I copied and pasted and whatnot, and put it directly in front of you guys. That's crazy to me. That is 100% crazy. So underneath it said, people have asked, will the UK ever pay reparations for slavery? The answer was that the government's position has not changed, that we do not pay reparations. Quote, we are focused on using the summit at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting to discuss the shared opportunities which we can unlock across the Commonwealth, including securing more economic growth. Woo! That's crazy. That is diabolical. Wow. So yeah, this is why I can't sit up there and that's crazy to me. That like I said, they played y'all. Let me put up what I just found right here. Let me put up this quote. Right? Because I don't want people to think that I'm just just talking directly out my backside. So let me just put this directly up there, because everybody always asks for proof. So right, you see it directly up there in front of you. It said, what is the Church of England fund for the black community? And it said underneath, will the United Kingdom ever pay reparations for slavery? The government's position has not changed. We do not pay reparations. Quote, we are focused on using the summit at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting to discuss the shared opportunities which can be unlocked across the Commonwealth, including securing more economic growth. And that was from October 24th of 2024. So yeah, the United Kingdom ain't saying sorry. They're not about to give y'all money. They're not about to do that because they understand the power in doing that. Right? That would be them also admitting guilt that, hey, we were wrong. We stole this. We did that. And everything that you're going through is our fault. They're not doing that. Nor are they going to sit up there and empower the same people that they also took directly from. They're not doing that. And that's why I said before that they made sure that they had stipulations, that the only way that any Africans who are in the United Kingdom can get a hold of that $1.2 billion that they have set aside in that church is either number one, by education, or number two, starting up a business, all of which is specifically for that country and that area, for the UK. All that money is going right back there. So it's pretty much it's like hey, they just won the lottery. No, it's like how to sit up there and put it. I don't know. I had an example, but basically it's a rinse, wash, and repeat. Right? The same money that they're supposedly given is the same money that they're getting back on top of on then some, right? So they're going to save up this $1.2 billion and then give it over, but it's stipulations attached. And then when you fit within the bounds of those stipulations, they're still getting the money back that they gave you on top of making more money because, okay, now you're educated. So now we can basically hold you in debt directly from that. And now you're going to find a job here because you're not going to go abroad. Or if you open up an African business in the United Kingdom, we can charge you, we can tax you, and we're going to give you this money and then get 2 times, if not more, of that money, depending on how many Africans decide to actually go for this. Like I said, it's a game all the way around. They got you. They got you. Like that is crazy. Apple said, I'm sure there's a way to get that money out of the country. I mean, I guess if you open up that business and it's hugely successful, but I mean, it's not going to be a large, a large amount of that $1.2 billion. That's what I'm saying. And it's like within the same vein of that, you can go directly to the United States. The United States is not stupid. It is and it isn't. They're not going to admit fault because that's not what they do. Nor will they apologize. And they're not going to give over reparations because they got far too many people that are immigrants here that are like, no, it's unfair that only specifically Black Americans get this. What about everybody that went through slavery and went through this and went through that? We're all Americans, right? So there's a lot of things to hinder what is going on specifically with that. Now, the difference is over there in the UK, you don't got a lot of that nonsense. You may have a lot of immigrants over there in the United Kingdom, but it's pretty much solidified who it is that they're talking about, right? The Muslims, they can't sit up there, and the Arabs, they can't say anything, right? They can't try to get any money from that. Anybody from the islands, they can't try to, swoon in and get money direct. They're speaking to a specific group that they know that they have affected and that they're going to put this money directly for. Now, does that mean that somebody who's Jamaican can't sit up there and try to apply for wherever those funds are located? No, they more than likely can, because guess what? They fit as being black, right? Up until further notice. It will be up for the Africans to sit up there and say that, oh no, you can't go for this because you are this and that and you're not actually right? It will be up to y'all to actually sit up there and do that. But like I said, because there's not a whole bunch of people up for grabs trying to go for your money, this is why a lot of folks, there's not really a large like hoopla about it. Even probably the Europeans over in the UK, they don't really got nothing to say about it. It's like, all right, they got their money set to the side. All right, it's whatever. Right? They were able to do that real quick. In these United States, it would never happen that quick. It would never happen that quick. There's far too many people to basically stop that from happening. Far too many people. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. Apple said, or we can pull that money into a bank. I mean, you could pull that money into a bank, but then you got to think about who owns that bank. And then you got to think about, okay, so if you pull the money into the bank, who's going to be the treasurers to oversee what that money is doing, how it is being treated, how it's being multiplied, how it's being invested. You would have to have some very trustworthy people. Like I said, I get what you're saying, and I see the solutions for Apple. I see the solutions that you're putting directly out there, and I'm not against it. I'm not against it at all, but it's like you got to look at it, because the different things that you're mentioning, it could be compromised. So you could pull the money together in the bank, but is the bank in cahoots with the United Kingdom government or with other people with ulterior motives? The people that you decide that want to be the treasurers could be African, but are they compromised by the United Kingdom or by Europeans? Do they have that colonizer mindset? So it's like you got to look at everything, because amongst you, right, that are over there in the UK, you got folks out there that are African that look just like you, that probably came from the same areas, but they will sell you out in a heartbeat. So again, you got to pay very close attention to that. And you got to be very, very mindful of that. Like I say, you gotta cross your T's and dot all of your I's. Yo, Alex, what is up? What is up? You said, what's up, Sedge? I hope you're healthy and happy, blessed, and I hope you have an excellent holiday season. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation, and the same to you and your family as well. And Alex also said that the same for y'all in chat. I hope that y'all are healthy, happy, and blessed. Happy holidays. Bars. Roger said, you have to understand the war dynamic. Tracking is nothing new. Sham said, how you don't own the bank? Yeah. Apple said we can make one if the AES can do it. The user can do it. Then we all can do it here and in the United States. Well, see, it's a little bit different. If you decide that you want to make a bank over there in the UK or Africa, you got more than enough people to actually do it, right? And things can, pretty much go a certain way, sort of. Now, in the United States, we had banks. We had banks here, and things transpired and happened by way of the United States, and all of that money that was there was pretty much stolen. It was gone. I think, what was it? Wasn't it like the Freedman Bank, or it was one of the other banks, the black banks that we basically had, where somebody was basically using up all of the money that black people basically put directly. This is why a lot of black folks at a certain point in time in history didn't believe in banks, and they were like, yeah, we're just putting our money elsewhere and we're not trusting the banks, because again, no matter where black people have been or what black people have done, we've tried to put trust into a variety of sources, all to have those things just poof, just disappear, just burn up in smoke. So again, this is why, when it deals with black Americans are not really so trustworthy when it deals with a lot of things, because a lot of individuals have done, untrustworthy things, right? Sham said, yep, and a lot of European banks don't deal with the African ones, which is why so many of your nation don't have your own currency. Yeah, that's another thing too. You still got some countries that are still on the franc. I think the franc is French, correct? Let me look that up before I start moving my mouth. Let me make sure to bookmark this. And we're gonna bookmark Westmore. We're gonna put him right up there with the brick lady. Let me see. See when it deals with money. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's in France. I could have sworn there was still like an African country that is still dealing with the franc. And that was a currency that specifically originated in France back in 1360. Right? But then later on, it was replaced by the euro in France in 2002. But yet you still got some other nations still using the franc. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. A currency that's pretty much just that's non-existent is still being used by an African country, but the original country that originally made it is on the euro. Like I said, like it's crazy. And I remember that from like another video that I watched or something like that. Like I said, man, it's a lot of stuff that's happening over there in Africa. A lot of stuff that needs to change real quick, fast, in a hurry. Sham said, now you can't bank without the Federal Reserve approval, so the bank is always attached to the system you built her in America. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Sham said, yep, the franc is French. Apple said, yep, look it up. Apple said, yeah, you're right. Sham said, as long as the currency belongs to the foreigners that control over that currency does not belong to Africa. Yeah. And this is why, with the amount of gold that is over there in Africa or the other minerals and resources, I stated that they should just start creating currencies, just to be with gold, just to be real. Like if you want people, and that's what, and the crazy part is, I know it's not going to happen in Africa because you have a lot of people there with ulterior motives. Because pretty much people use the United States dollar for a lot of transactions. So that's another way that the United States dollar is able to stabilize and keep doing what it is that it normally does, and why it has not gone down in value like a lot of other people's currencies around the world, because their currencies are not heavily used for a multitude of different transactions and accepted pretty much everywhere. It was only rare times that I seen something actually slightly slip, but that was like more so during like the pandemic and things of that nature. And it also dealt with like USTD. If you don't know what that is, that basically is a the United States like Tether dollar, basically is cryptocurrency. It still is the dollar, but it's a digital dollar, even though the dollar is not real and it's digital in the first. Anyways, it's a whole nother thing. But yeah, I'm about to start going off on a whole nother rant. Oh man. Tree said Kamala opened up the Freeman Bank to other demographics and now calls it the Freeman Bank Forum. Roger said the Africans are just African now. We as Black Americans are a completely different entity, and that's why the Africans call us the Akata. Yo, Lunch, what is up? What is up? What is up? Apple said all backed by what is in the ground. Yeah. Like that's real. The craziest part is I told people a while ago, right? That the main way that Africa would basically come up is if they close the borders, the same way that you got the United States closing the borders, stop allowing Europe directly in there, stop allowing China in there and many other people, and get their stuff together. And if people want to make deals, you make deals by way of the natural resources that are there. So if you got a whole bunch of gold, you have gold currency in some of those areas. Hopefully those areas got like, let's say like crude oil or different things of that nature. You want to sit up there and barter, you have to barter with gold. You're not going to be using anything that is not backed by gold. It has to be gold for gold. That's the only way to sit up there and do it, or at least something of close to that currency, gold for silver, something of that nature, right? Something that is a precious metal. That would be highly beneficial for Africa, and Africa would pretty much start, rising in less than 10 years. Technically, they would actually move quicker than China, realistically. If at least half of Africa would get their stuff together. if at least half of the continents there would get their stuff together, like you would see something like no other. Like it would be incredible. And then last on the list will be India. India is going to be last on the list to pick themselves up and to fix a lot of things. For me, the way that I've always worldview wise, the way that I looked at it is that Africa has the most potential to really pick themselves up when it deals with a lot of these countries out here with these huge populations. Africa can do it. Again, India is going to be last. They got a lot of stuff to really fix. They got a lot of stuff over there. Sham said, okay, I traced it. AES is American Education Services and student loans. Seattle said BIX has changed things. They see the downfall of the dollar. I mean, it'd be like that. But this is anything that is going to collapse in the United States is not happening because the world is making it happen. It's because the government is making it happen. So, like I said, whatever falls is going to be recreated. So this is why you see the United States government falling heavily into crypto. That is going to be the thing that is going to have the American dollar afloat for however long, for another resurgence in all these other types of things. Like I said, I know what they're going to do. You got, like I said, if you don't know about BlackRock or Vanguard, look up BlackRock and Vanguard, and you'll see these $1 trillion entities, and what they are specifically connected to, and what money is specifically invested where, how, and when. And you can then connect that to the United States government and see where everything is going to go. So, like I said, BlackRock and Vanguard have very large portfolios when it deals with investing and having money in a variety of places. Ooh. I don't know what that is. So. Let me see what else we got. Apple said Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Yeah, those are some of the main ones that I was talking about before, where I said that there was like a handful of them that are getting their stuff together and they're working for their people. And I love what it is that they're doing. I've always stated that. Like I said, I have hope for those over there in Africa that are getting their stuff together, that are working specifically for the people, for the betterment of the people, and for the upliftment of the people, because that is what is needed. Because far too long, what has been going on over there with Africa, it should have been stopped eons ago. But I guess, as people like to say, better late than never, right? Sham said, or are you talking about the alliance of Sahel state that is backed by France? Burkina Faso needs to make and print his own money. I think they're also working potentially in Burkina Faso. I think they're working on a gold currency. If that is the case, oh my God, that is going to change things. Oh my goodness. That is going to change things. If Burkina Faso, with the gold reserves that they have there, if they make a gold currency, whoo, woo, that is going to be problematic. That is going to be problematic for others out there in the world. Let me tell you something. Sham said when he does, he should go and take control of the oil reserves. Yeah. Sham said the bank is backed by stolen goods out of Africa. The Africans need to learn how to take back what is stolen. 1.5 billion people, and you get robbed by a country that has less than 300 million. Yep. Roger said, do you know that Africa had, or that the African that has any war experience, those experiences come from the negotiations from the money makers that promised the leaders a return in their involvement? I think I get what you're saying. So now, from this topic, which was a pretty good segue and topic to go directly over, now we're going to look at Some other videos that we got directly up here, still going within this exact same vein, right? Wait, were we done with this one? Oh, no, we weren't done. So we had Saints and Sinners that actually has something to actually add
It is a
directly.
blueprint for us in Africa and the rest of the world. So
let me just speed this up just a little bit.
Discussion about the Frank Zanu character. These Africans are hilarious, and sometimes I speak, people think I'm anti-African. I'm pro-African, but I think they're funny when they're like, the Black American, you know, it's the no cultural value of the people.
So if you don't know who he's talking about the bald African guy that's been speaking on Black Americans, talking about, you know, the culture. We don't have this, we don't have that. What if Black Americans? What is their culture? What have they actually built? What do they actually? Right, that's the guy that he's talking about. So
people, they twerk, the girl, and it's like, nah, bro. I've been to more African countries than any African has, and they do the same dances. They try to dress like Black men and Black women, except they look dirtier. Their wig game is terrible. I mean, utterly terrible. And they're doing all the things we do on dirt roads. So the fact of the matter is you're dealing with a case of jealousy. And I say this with all love for the African peoples. I'll be in Africa shortly. But the fact of the matter is they come to the United States, as do many immigrants, and the dominant culture here is the white culture. And they try their best to step on our heads to appear palatable to the white dominant infrastructure. Now, here's the thing that's worth noting, and I agree with Pretty Intellectual about this fellow starts trying to redefine words, which is extraordinary. Is he a linguist or a cultural anthropologist? I don't know what his background is, except that he's a journalist who's worked for the white man. And so we know who's feeding him. He's not an entrepreneur. He's never been in control of his own life. And furthermore, he's so African and respects their culture so much that he lives in Texas and he dresses like a white man. So the thing that I often put forward to these Africans is like, look here, little buddy. If your culture is so strong, why'd you throw it away so quickly? The reason that he has to redefine culture away from the traditional markers, he mentioned language, for sure. Okay. But then what about folkways, mores, religion, garb, style of dress, holidays, all of these things? Well, he had to throw that away because if you look at his appearance, he's dressed like a Western white man. So you'd have to ask him, well, in my case, as a foundational Black American, that was ripped from me. I never had a choice on that. Our culture started here as an ethnic group. You decided to throw away your culture. You voluntarily threw it into the garbage can. So how strong could it be? Here's the most important thing that no one acknowledges. When a culture is so strong, so emulated, so good that it's commercialized, packaged, and sold around the whole world, it becomes invisible because it's dominant. You go to China, you mention any of the Michaels, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, Mike Tyson, they know who you're talking about. You go to Albania, you look like Tupac. They couldn't name anyone of meaning from Africa, the whole damn 54 countries. So my point is this, our culture is extraordinarily dominant. Our culture is well known, the good and the bad. There's a such thing as high culture and there's a such thing as low culture. High culture, maybe we talk about Ella Fitzgerald. Maybe we talk about Martin Delaney. Low culture, maybe we talk about Sexy Red. But the level of domination is extraordinary. So he's a lying, dirty, filthy African who's a pseudo-intellectual, and he's destructive for Black people wherever you find them. He is a tool, a bootlicker of the white supremacists, and he doesn't even know it. And that's the sad part. I yield the floor.
So we heard that. So again, you got that one random African dude that is going all throughout social media talking real greasy about Black Americans this, Black Americans that, and all these other types of things. And it's like, dog, like, why are you being so weird? Why are you so fixated on Black Americans? And then if we listen to what the dude said, it was like, that dude lives in Texas. He lives here. He lives in the States. Huh? I'm like, yo, that is wild. And like I said before, it's very interesting when these folks can always speak on the negativity when it deals with Black Americans, but they can never seemingly talk about the positive when it deals with Black Americans. And it's the same theme every single time, every single time. I kid you not. And people always want to make it seem like Black Americans are the ones that's a problem, and it's not. We're not at all. It's the other folks out there that want to be the problem. So let me give shout outs real quick. Shout out to BEIJIHITO again for the 30 jewels. Shout out to Back for the 10 jewels. Shout out to Gail Jones. Shout out to Gelly Gail for the 250 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. What it say? Supers and highlight messages show up here. If you change the filter will only show the last 100 fan funding messages. Okay. I wish it would just show up on the app that I'm using. Like that's a little bit weird to me that it wouldn't do that. And it's also a little bit weird that I can't see the timestamps either, which also sucks. So again, to anybody that has donated through while the stream has been going, much love, respect, and appreciation. My apologies for not initially seeing it because it does not specifically show up automatically, which again is crazy to me. Also want to give a shout out to those out there who have been watching on average for about a good 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Much love, respect, and appreciation to y'all. And also shout out to the 6,560 people that pulled directly up here too. Much love to y'all. Much love to y'all. But like Saint stated, it's crazy how they want to pull up and they always want to talk, but yet these are the same folks that emulate Black Americans, the same ones where they say that we don't have no culture, we don't have this, we don't have that. Oddly enough, they're emulating their hairstyles. They're emulating, the types of jewelry that we wear, the types of clothing, the vernacular, the way that we walk. They emulate the braggadocio or super braggadocio, type of, style. Right, where it's like, you want to talk about your car and you want to, show it off. You want to talk about the girl or the girls that you're dating, and you want to talk about all the money and stuff that you got. And like I say, even when I look at certain points African music videos, I'm like, dog, this looks like you just copied this from a Black American. I'm like, dog, like this. I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy. That is crazy. Boy, Roger said you were taking what he was saying out of context. I thought that he was speaking about the Africans who thought those. No, I'm on the exact same thing, where you got those out there that speak negatively on Black Americans, but also at the same time of saying that we don't have a culture, we don't have this, we don't have that. They're steady studying, they're steady emulating, right? And they're trying to co-opt a lot of those things that Black Americans have either created or contributed to, which again to me is crazy, because when Black Americans state that we got music that we've created, you have some Africans that'll be like, oh no, everything that you created, it came from Africa. It came from Africa. We were Africans were the first ones to ever do music. So whatever you're doing, you're just copying the original source. And I'm like, no, y'all weren't sitting up here doing rap. Y'all not sitting up here doing jazz. You're not sitting up here doing rock, alternative rock. You're not doing country. You're not doing none of this. You're not doing hip hop. Like, we literally founded and created a lot of those genres. Like I said, shout out to Little Richard and many others directly out there for the reason that we got rock and roll. Like, it's crazy to me how people want to come from somewhere else and try to say that this is their stuff. I'm like, nah, we ain't doing that. We are not. That's not how we moving out here. They're moving mad, man. They're moving mad, right? Like I said, some of the terms over there from the UK, like, yo, they got some terms. Let me tell you. So now we're going to go over to this beautiful woman here, and we're going to listen to what it is that she has to state.
Correct, Dr. Pryor. Nations such as Nigeria, Ghana, Benin, and Burkina Faso were not innocent bystanders in the transatlantic slave triangle. They were willing participants. When European slave purchasers informed African suppliers that enslaved captives had overthrown ships, those suppliers responded by starving, drugging, and spiritually subduing the captives to make Europeans' journeys easier and rebellions less likely. On current tours of dungeons today, Africans themselves admit that they held our forefathers there and performed rituals meant to erase the captive's memory from this life and the next. What was left unsaid is that Black mothers have suffered not only from drugs that they may have taken, but also from drugs administered by the hospitals during childbirth. And let's be clear, there are no poppy fields in New York. There are no fentanyl labs here. The U.S. government has allowed waves of immigration that brought drugs into freedmen communities, fueling destruction alongside gentrification, erasure, and removal. When Black Americans began to fight the war on us using drugs with acupuncture and other healing practices, the U.S. government criminalized them, framed them, and locked them away. Once imprisoned there, they were subject to the same processes of control and erasure that the scholars spoke of earlier. Governor Kathy Hochul supports convict leasing and wants to expand it with private companies. She signed a bill to expunge the records for good behavior, but what she doesn't say is that she wants to lock you up first, remove you from your family, and put you behind bars. Then, if you behave, she pretends it never happens. The tragedy of Khalif Browder's suicide and his mother's death from heartbreak shows us the damage is already done long before any record is clear. But reparations are not about Africa's role or even the symptoms or what is called badges of slavery. Reparations are about what this government on this land did to a specific group of people, legally referred to as the freedmen or foundational Black American, as the title that we named ourselves. And so to piggyback on Dr. Ron Daniels' earlier statement regarding his desire to be here tonight, neither friend nor foe, nor rain, nor snow, nor obstacle, may be it foreign or domestic, will stop the freedmen from fighting for our reparations claim and receiving our long overdue reparations. I just want to end by saying thank you to the Foundational Black American Grassroots for supporting us and funding us in our tireless efforts in standing up for our birthright from this government called reparations. Thank you.
That woman was cooking. That woman was cooking. Jesus. That woman was just hitting points. Hitting point on point on point. So this is the main thing I'll add on to that. This is why it is very much important that Black Americans have a separation, because the things that we have gone through, are currently going through, and will go through in the future, we are the only ones facing that. No African can sit up there and tell me that they have gone through the exact same things in history and trials and tribulations that Black Americans have gone through and faced and still are facing at this current moment of time in these United States. No African can sit by and say that. No African can sit up there and state that they have seen, generations of their people going through the school to prison, pipeline, or seeing their people get arrested and thrown in jail in prison for 30 or 50 years, all to turn around and get exonerated for a crime that they didn't commit. None of them can say that. None of these folks out here can sit up there and say that. So when Black Americans are talking about reparations, we are talking about reparations for us, for the people that go through the tragedies, the heartbreak. Like I said, you had a young man that was thrown into Rikers over nonsense. And he later ended up losing his life. And then after he lost his life, his mother sat up there and then passed from heartbreak. And that young man sat up there and detailed a little bit what it is that he went through. And it was horrific. It was crazy. But like I said, this is what a lot of young Black men and Black men have had to go through and endure. I've covered umpteen stories about Black men, American Black men in the Black community being exonerated. Black men, by far, out of any other ethnicity of male in the United States, have the highest exonerations. I think it should be up to like the 50 to the 60th percentile. No other ethnicity of men in the United States have those numbers. So that lets you know how jacked and corrupt this system specifically is. So again, when Black Americans are talking about reparations, we're talking about reparations for the things that we have gone through and are currently going through and will face in the future, because it will always be there. It will always be there. You know? Wait, I'm a little bit confused. How do we go from she's cooking and then you said the men are doing what? I'm a little bit confused. What men are you talking about? Because I'm highly confused. Because at least at this moment in time, at least at this juncture in the live stream, I haven't really done the whole thing of like men versus women. I haven't even gone there yet. I haven't even gone there yet. So I'm a little bit confused on how technically we're even getting to like this point. We'll get there. But I'm just trying to figure out how we even got to this point. Like I said, I'm giving all credit due to the woman here, to the lady here for speaking. Right? And then you're like, the men are doing what? And the craziest part is when I tell people to research what Black men are doing, everybody comes up empty handed. But I'm like, you have Black men out here that are on farms, that are raising their family on farms. You have Black men out here building houses, building actual buildings, such as being for businesses. Get my words like caught up, but you know what I mean. They're establishing foundations and businesses, entrepreneurs. That's the word I was looking for. You have Black men that are working in schools. You have Black men that are patrolling and working with the community. You got Black men that are working in government. You got Black men doing a lot of things out here. Like, it's, I don't know. Oh yeah, Apple. I talked about King Leopold. I've talked about King Leopold quite a few times. I mean, this is the thing, though. I get it. Other people have suffered, which is cool, but at the same time, those people have suffered. They got to go out there and get theirs. Like I said, at the end of the day, whatever traumas or problems that I went through in the United States, I can't look for an African from some random country to come and basically fight and speak and stand up for me. How are you going to represent me when you don't know nothing about me or anything that I went through, or you never even walked a day in my shoes? It's like, it don't make no sense. That's like me as a Black American trying to go over there and fight for Africans and what it is that they should be getting. I can't do that. I don't know anything about y'all really over there, right? I'm not from that land, right? I don't have a footprint over there. I don't got family over there, right? I don't know anything about the laws, the traditions, the tribes. I don't even know the language, right? I don't even know the intricacies of what it is that you've been through from every single representative of your government, and maybe other governments that may have impeded on what your government were specifically trying to do, on top of the fact of other intricate details that deal with the different tribes and stuff that are there. So that's all I'm sitting there saying. DSA one said it was her and another gentleman that was there that were both speaking on reparations. Okay. Yo, D Money, what is up? Roger says, so why is there this narrative of our own? I'm not sure specifically what you're talking about. I'm a little bit confused on that. Roxanne said, I respect Black American men. They are still standing and thriving, which is bars. What is up, Tippy? Oh my God, Tippy back in here talking about what did I miss? How you still sleeping, Tippy? Haven't you been catching enough sleep on Red Dead Redemption and The Sims? Apple said, but we can stand together. This is the thing, though. The only way that people can actually stand together is if people are together themselves. If African people are standing together by themselves, and then Black Americans are standing together by themselves, then cool. Then people can actually formulate a bond and have the whole middle ground and all the other type of stuff, and it can work. Cool, great, awesome. But that's not where we are. Amongst African people, Africa is what, 50 some odd countries and thousands of different languages and billions of people, basically. Yeah, no. When Africans can come together themselves and stand in solidarity and I can see that, then I can believe that, okay, we can also come together. But again, on the same side, Black Americans have to be standing solid as well too. And Black Americans are divided in a lot of different places and all this other type of stuff and whatnot or whatever. So you got two divided groups that are supposed to basically stand together, and it's like they're incomplete. It's not going to be possible at this time. Like I said, it's a great thought. It is a great theory. It is something to look towards and forward to. But the reality of it is that both groups have things that they need to work on before they can come together and stand together in solidarity. Like, it's just not, it's too much work that needs to be happening. Apple says, Seji, that's not the point I'm trying to make. Just because you don't have stake in X country, we are fighting the same enemy. But I get you, all right. No, like I said, I understood what you were saying, but at the same time, it's like, yo, we all got different battles. We got our battles here in the United States, of which Africans cannot understand. We got a whole different history. This is why when immigrants come directly over here that are from the islands or Africa or wherever else, they say that, oh, we don't understand these Black Americans, and you talk about slavery and oppression and racism and da 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 and all this other type of stuff, and then they give their examples of being African and going into these white rooms and being accepted and having handshakes and getting these jobs and making money and buying houses and cars and starting up. Like I said, we are living two different lives. When Black Americans are here, and we've always been here, we have a different history that's already here. We got a different walk of life. We got a different history. We got a different point of view. We got a different understanding. When it deals with Africans coming here, they're coming with a clean slate. The United States government realistically hasn't done anything to you. You are willfully coming directly here. You're not being placed here. You're not being planted here. You weren't in some type of form of slavery, moved from one place to another. You didn't have none of that. So you're coming on a clean slate with no baggage. So you have no reason to sit up there and have a certain type of issue or problem with anybody here in the United States. Right? But just within that exact same vein, it would be the same way if I go over there to Africa. You got Black Americans that are able to pull money, get their money, and they can buy up land and do things that maybe, some Africans are not specifically able to sit up there and do. And that will cause, a type of problem with Africans and all this other type of stuff and whatnot or whatever. So, it's two different, things that are going on when it deals with these two different groups. But like I said, I get what it is that you're saying. Real Black said, when you new to a play, stay out the way, peep game, and don't take away from the proceedings or the material resources of the native citizens. Repeat that a few generations, and then you might have sway. Apple said, but I want it to be possible now. Now, I get you. Like I said, I would love for a lot of things to be possible now, but that's not the reality. That's living in a dream. Like I said, the American dream is a dream. You can only live that dream if you're asleep or sleepwalking, right? So a lot of people live in a dream of where they're able to have freedom and do this. They're living in a false reality. They're living in a false reality, right? And that reality is going to come down because everybody sooner or later will be woken up from a dream. And then you're going to come crashing down to reality. And just like when the Matrix, when Neo woke up from that little liquid bed that he was in, he lost his mind. He was sitting up there looking. He was in that tower. He was like, "Oh man, this is crazy." It's like, "Yo, I gotta get back in there." It's like, this ain't it, and da da da. And he basically, put himself back in there. And that's how a lot of people will react once the reality, the fake reality that they live in, where they got all of the riches, they got the glory and the celebrity. Once that comes crashing down, you're going to see a lot of people, and their mental is going to be shattered and broken, and they're going to try to do anything possible to get back up there, but they can't. It's over. So now, going back to what somebody stated earlier, where they was like, "What are the men doing?" Oh, matter of fact, before we, because we're going to basically touch directly on that, because I got how many videos? I got 3 videos, right? Which one should I save for last? I'll put this one directly up.
What they say?
Right, you see a little girl.
I told you have a man, Mom. Put your answer here.
She's asking her mom, why does
You
she
can
have a
erase
man?
it
Because she wants
or
a
put it
daddy.
down here.
Why are you asking me that?
Okay, answer the question.
Why are you asking me that? Answer my question. No, move. Don't get on me. Why are you asking me that?
Because I want to know why I don't got a daddy. Everybody else got one.
You ain't got a daddy because your daddy don't want to be a daddy.
Find you one. Jesus.
Find you one.
Yeah, that's what you said. Please, I need a daddy. I need a dada. For Christmas, that's what I want, a dada. I want the daddy to show up at my house.
Right. So this also goes into the two things. Number one, fathers are important. I've always stated this. And I've also showcased black fathers being in a household. Number two, you got the perspective of the mother deciding that she wanted to state to her daughter that, oh, the reason that you don't have a father is because he don't want to be here. And the main thing that I like to note is that this is only the perspective of the mother, of the woman. This is not the perspective of the father. We don't know what the relationship was. We don't know how she treated him. We don't know what they specifically went through. Like I said, there's always other things that normally go down that whenever these things get explained to kids, it's always a one-sided thing. And the thing is that the mother is always made to seem to be like God. The mother is always the angel. The mother is always the one that can never do anything wrong. It was always the guy that did something. So I would love for whoever the father is to give his side, even if it is the fact that he didn't want to be there. I still want to hear that directly from him. I want to hear a full, well-rounded story, because I really dislike seeing videos like this where, you know, people just want to demonize one side and they act like they didn't play a role or have any part in anything. Like I said, I've been around too long to actually understand and see and witness a variety of things. Like I said, that's crazy. But again, like I said before, fathers are important. And what the main thing that the mother should do, if for whatever reason that the father's not there, you as a woman should find positive male role models, positive black male role models that are in your family or whatnot, to in a sense have that positive effect. Like I said, it's not a replacement. It's pretty much just a fill-in. It's to hopefully fill in those gaps, because she's clearly, and just like a lot of kids are at that point where it's like, hey, I see my friends and other kids like with their fathers and whatnot. Why don't I have one? Right. And all this other. So like I said, as a parent, you got to sit up there. You got to figure that out. Like, you just sitting up there telling the kid like, hey, well, this, that, and the third, that ain't good enough. That's not going to fill in that gap. That's just going to make her feel worse. And it's like, she's not going to know how to deal with that, nor are you going to know how to sit up there and deal with that. You can deal with it because you're no longer with the dude. It's different for, you know, the child to sit up there and be in an instance of like having to deal with an emotion that they can't wrap their minds around, because it's like, it just doesn't make sense to them. Right. But yeah. But like I said, it is up to the parent that is there, which is this mother, to find or to get positive black male role models to basically fill in that gap. Like I said, when it dealt with me, I had positive black role models by way of, at the time, men in my family that worked, that were around the family, around their kids. They were positive, you know, towards me and things of that nature. Also had positive black male role models and the black male teachers that I had. Also the brothers that were around the community. Also had my friends who, you know, they had their fathers and everything. Like I said, there was not really a place that I could not look to see a positive black male role model. Even if it was not my father, I still had a positive black role model out there. So I can't nobody give me, I'm not trying to hear excuses from nobody. Can't no woman sit up there and tell me no excuses. Because again, my mother was a single parent sitting up there raising me, and she still made things happen. So other women out here better figure it out. They better figure it out real quick. You know. So now, this is where we're going to go directly into another video here.
Y'all, I'm in Kroger, and you would not believe the audacity some people have. Me and my husband are in the shopping. My husband, the baby. Oh.
So let's just look at that, right? That's a black man that is married to a black woman with a black daughter. So again, for all of those out there that like to sit up there and say that black men do not get married to black women, yeah, black men don't have black kids. Okay. All right. So I guess this is just like Chat GPT. I guess somebody just hurried up and typed in some AI to, right? Let's keep going.
Oh, Mr. Baby, the baby. We in Kroger shopping. We on the aisle now. I'm looking at stuff. And this woman is with another woman. And she's like, sir, excuse me, sir. Can you reach this off the top shelf for me? We're short. I look at them. I look at him. He look at me. He said, boo. The fact that he knew he needed permission to help these people, and the fact that they thought they could just ask him and he was gonna move for them. The audacity. Ain't that right, boo? That done tickled my soul. So I say that to say this. If you are in the store, married or single, by yourself, and you need help, and you notice that the man that you about to ask help from is with a woman, the correct thing to say is, excuse me, ma'am, is it okay if your husband can help me get something from the shelf? Don't put that man in that weird situation, because my husband's like, he didn't flinch, he didn't move, he looked at me, and he like, boo. And we both knew what that boo meant. So, but have a good day.
All right. The reason I wanted to showcase this video, number one, I wanted to show that black men do get married to black women and have black kids, because for whatever reason, people just get online and make it seem like black men don't love black women at all. We don't want to get married to black women, don't want to have kids, and all this other type of stuff, and we don't find black women attractive. So again, narrative shut down. Again, the other thing I want to sit up there and talk about is like, all right, I get what she's saying, but at the same time, it wasn't that serious. You're tall, or your husband is tall, and a woman set up and asked like, hey, could you get this for me? I don't really see the issue. I mean, maybe there's like women etiquette in this that I don't know anything about, I guess. But for me being a guy, I don't see an issue. A woman basically asked like, hey, you're taller, can you get this for me? All right. It wasn't like somebody was like flirting with the dude or something. Like that'd have been different. Like, all right, I get that. It's like, all right, now you gotta, on that territorial type of, I get that. But your husband should not have to ask for permission to get an object at a grocery store for another woman. That don't even make any type of, that seems a bit controlling. I mean, and again, that's for me, that's just my perspective. That is just my perspective, that she seems a little bit controlling, whatnot, whatever. Maybe there may be some insecurities or something there, but that's crazy to me. That's wild. Like I said, I've never seen that before. I've never seen this conversation. But I get it. Like if this is your way to basically show off that you're married and you're proud of your family, and you're happy in a relationship, that all right, cool. But I mean, you could have did that a variety of different ways. But like I said, shout out to the black family. Shout out. Yeah, just saying. Yes, just saying. Joyce said, I think she must be insecure. It would be no big deal to me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've never seen this before. I'm like, she making it seem like the woman or women should know better than to ask a married man who is with his wife to ask to get an object that you need to talk to the wife first, and then the wife will talk to the husband. What? I ain't never in my life. Oh, brother, I ain't never seen nothing like that in my life. But it's whatever. Like I said, I guess it's something new. It's just 2025. It is what it is, right? So now we're going to go to the last video. which is this one here.
Much hate uplifting Black men and saying I love Black men online. It's been such a journey. I've been doing affirmations for Black men for 3 years now, guys. I've hit my 3-year anniversary, and I've just received so much hate online from different people of different communities communicating to me why I'm being a pick me, or why I should be affirming everybody, or whatever, or there's Black men that do this, or there's Black men that do that. And it's so interesting because it's like, you know, I'm Black. My dad is Black. My mom is Black. My cousins, my male cousins are Black. You know, I live in the Black community. And why is this the only community where it's like, if I have pride in myself, and if I have pride in my community and in the people in my community, I'm looked down on? Meanwhile, you have all of these other communities that are allowed to have this sense of pride, and it's normalized. So what is it about Black pride that people are trying to suppress, or that makes people uncomfortable? Because when you have pride for yourself, when you have pride for the members of your community, you stop normalizing certain things. You stop normalizing derogatory terms. You stop normalizing images and videos, or just conversations, or the way that people engage with you. You stop normalizing what the government is doing to you and your family and your community. When you think of yourself highly, and you think of the people in your life, in your family, and in your community highly, you stop allowing yourself and your community to be bullied, right? Because you care for those people. In fact, you love those people because they are a part of you, right? You know, to my haters, right? To the people who think that I shouldn't love the Black men in my community that look like me, y'all, we have a long way to go, because we're going nowhere if we can't love ourselves and each other. You're talking about government things, you're talking about jail things, you're talking about police things. If you don't love the men in your house,
Thank you, Tiffany.
you're cooked. Okay? You're cooked. Those are the men that are supposed to protect you, babe. Like, that's the reason why, you know, there's not complete anarchy on Black women, is because people are a little afraid of Black men, right? Right. So we need to protect them. And so this is my little stance: protect all Black men, love them, be loud about it, be proud about it, because we're here and we ain't going nowhere. Okay. Bye.
So we saw that, right? And this is something I've talked about before, and this is why I'll be giving specific shout outs to the Black women out there on platforms, no matter what amount of light that they have, no matter if it's small, medium, or large, where they go out and they decide that they want to show love and support to Black men directly out here. And I've witnessed myself where those Black women have gotten just hawked, and I'm talking about hawked down upon by packs of crows that want to come directly at those Black women. They want to call them pick-me's and pick-mishas and all this other type of stuff, and they want to just start, oh, but let's look at the statistics of these Black men, and these Black men do this, and these Black men do that, and Black men are no good for Black women, and all this and I'm like, but y'all never do this. When women want to hype up men of other groups, if it's Arab, if it's white, if it's Latin, Spanish, whatever it is, African, I never see women coming out of the blue wanting to hawk down on those women, trying to tell them or persuade them not to. They're always trying to like egg them on and be like, yeah, those men are so great. I've done this and this, and they've always done this, and they treated me. But when it deals with Black men, and specifically Black American men, for whatever reason, there's always all of these people that come through to attack these Black women on these platforms whenever they want to show love, support, and dedication. In the reverse, I've had on my own platform, when I wanted to show love, support, and dedication to Black women, I've had hosts of people wanting to come through and tell me everything negative and all this other type of stuff and rah, and yada, yada, yada. I've especially had white women that wanted to pull directly up to the scene when I was like, hey, to the Black mothers out there, happy Mother's Day, or much love to all the Black women out there. And then they always leave the comment, oh, why does it have to be about race? Why does it have to be about color? Why is it just Black women? And I'm like, because I came from a Black woman. That's it. Like it's very much that simple. I didn't come from a white woman. I came from a black woman. What else do you want me to do? You shouldn't be missing anything. You should have, as a woman of your demographic, of your community, of your ethnicity, you should have the men out there, no matter if you're Hispanic, no matter if you're European, if you're white, European American, however you want to call it, Australia, wherever you're from, even if you're from Antarctica, the men of your community should be the ones to, really highlight you and show you love. You should not care if I, as a black man, want to show love, dedication, support, and respect to black women directly out here. To me, that seems weird. For you to be a woman of another demographic and you want to question why it is that I'm sitting up there saying, like, hey, why are you only saying that you love black? Because I do. Why is that a problem? You don't know me. I don't know you. We never went to school. We're not even strangers in the night. So I'm like, why is it even a problem? Matter of fact, why am I even in question? Like that, like I said, weirdo behavior. Weird old behavior. And like I said, shout out to the black women out there with these platforms that go out there and beyond anything negative that any of these other clowns and birds have to sit up there and say, you are showing love and respect and appreciation to black men. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Thank you. Like I said, it's highly appreciated and it is seen. I might not catch it all the time, but it is seen. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Tibby said those types of black women call y'all mammies. Yeah. Which is crazy. Like, you know what? Hold on, let me highlight you real quick, Tibby. And the craziest thing that I always say to Tibby, the craziest part is when they want to sit up there and call y'all pick-me's for loving and supporting black men. Those are the exact same women that want to be picked by white men. So I'm like, that don't make any sense. Like, so if you're gonna call them, like, if you're gonna call black women that love black men like pick-me's or mammies, like in reverse, should we call you like a picked slave or something? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I know there's a reverse term directly for it, and that just should be the thing. Because I'm like, at the end of the day, you being a woman that has a preference, you obviously want to be picked by your preference. So I'm like, it's a little bit weird that you just want to specifically point out the fact, like, you're weird because you want black men to be with you. You're weird. Go with these other, like I said, birds. Straight birds. I can't even call people crows because crows are actually smart and intelligent. Or ravens. I can't even do that either. Smart birds. Smart, very intelligent animals. Let me see. Sham said, was the Brown University shooter a white man? That I am not sure, because the last time that I seen anything on it, they released some guy, and I guess they're still looking for who the shooter is supposedly be. Like I said, I don't know. We will find out what's taking place directly with that. There was multiple shootings that were taking place, which was crazy. I'm like, that was diabolical. Roxanne said they have worked so hard and spent so much money keeping us divided that our love for each other and ourselves is threatening to their very existence. Yeah. Tippy said, no, I didn't go up with me. Sham said, call them dodos. I mean, the dodos went extinct though. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess we can go with the dodo, Alba said, black women are the best thing since sliced bread. I agree 100%. And like I said, the craziest part is, like I said, even in reverse, I've gotten my fair share of it from a variety of groups. From white women directly out there, I've got my fair share from some of the black dudes out there that either have their issues or they might love Latin women or white women. And I'm like, it's weird that you have a problem with me saying this when it makes no sense. And then having people try to tell me, but like, are you going to get the same thing in return? Like, how do they feel about you? And I keep trying to tell them, like, dog, the greater majority of the people that are my moderators are black women. I'm like, do you not understand that they have donated to this channel, that they are part of the channel, that they may have been a part of the Patreon or membership? Like, there is love there, obviously. So I'm like, dog, you miss me with all of that. I get it. Like, some people might have had some bad interactions. I've had interactions too, but like for me, that's not indicative of the whole. I can look at individual incidences as individual incidences. I've had my own incidences with people that I selectively decided to be with, and that is that individual incidents with that individual, not indicative of the whole. Like I said, I'm not caught in like this emotional thing where I just want to like stay stagnant in that. And I just want to look at everything from that point of view. I'm like, that's a corrupted point of view. And it's like from that, every interaction that you're going to also have is going to be corrupted as well, too. But I guess things will change and get better for people. As people grow, get older, with time and stuff like that. Just luckily time was on my side and I was able to get past a lot of that stuff earlier on. Cause yeah, I'm not about to sit up there and be going through, some 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s and having like a mentality of just like, hey, I dislike or whatnot or whatever about black. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. That's way too many years of energy that's basically wasted. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Like I said, that's why I be trying to tell other people out here to stop doing that. I try to tell that to both the black men and black women out here so that they can start having a better trajectory course, and moving differently, when it deals with that, and stuff of that nature. But yeah, but yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much it though. That is pretty much it. This woman, she has a very bright smile and she got dimples too. Like I said, you got a lot of people out here that are highly positive, especially towards black Americans, and that is something that we need. Sorry, towards black American men, and that is something that we really do need out here because it's not really a lot of it. Tippy said, I heard the shooter was rich and the couple was their son. Sham said, yeah, their son was on drugs and threatened to kick him out. They killed him. Most of the black surroundings. Wait, I'm confused. What Mo was even talking about? Like, what D-Money said? This man, D-Money said, one of my minds is racially questionable. Mo said, there's at least one mind who is somewhat anti-black. And D-Money so let me fill in a few of the folks there. Tippy is going to sit up there and say stuff, but that's also because over time, and I've witnessed it and seen it myself in the comment section where Tippy will have a comment if it's let's say if the topic is like men and women, and she'll have a comment, and then you'll have a lot of these black dudes up here talking real disrespectful to her, calling her out of her name and all this other. So this is why I don't have a problem when Tippy basically is like saying like some crazy. Like I said, I don't have a problem. And again, this also happens to a lot of the other female moderators that have pulled up in the comment sections on the videos over time, and even in the live streams. You have a lot of guys that will pull up, don't matter if it's white or black, and they'll start talking crazy and sideways directly to the women there. And this is why I made them moderators. So it's like, hey, if that's happening, you can get them up out of here. And different things of that nature. Because yeah, that's crazy. Because a lot of times I'm not going to sit up there and see it. I'm not going to be able to catch it, but they will. And a lot of those people, they're not going to sit up there and really talk real crazy like that to me because they already know it's on site. So they'll sit up there and decide, well, I'll talk to somebody like that in the comment section. And that happens to the women here more times than not. It don't really happen to the men like that, but it happens more so to the women. And again, I'm talking about over a 6-year time period that I've watched this. And I've specifically seen black men sitting up there talking crazy to black women here. So like I said, I don't feel no type of way directly about it. So like I said, I don't know what to tell, other people directly out there. like I said, I even got one comment where somebody made a reply back on one of the videos to Tippy, and he was being disrespectful and called her out her name, but YouTube, in a sense, flagged that, so that's sitting directly in the background. So nobody knows what his reply is. I know what it is, but nobody else knows what it is. So, man, I know. Yes, Sam. Sham said, I'm proud of you, Seji, and I'm happy to support the channel and our moderators. I love my people. Tippy says, Seji, please. Yo, DSA, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is going on? What is happening? You said I've been rocking with you for a minute. Yeah, like I said, we've been two platforms so far, two channels, whatever. Technically three or four. We got a few technically out there. Because we also got like the Seji Zone and stuff like that. I ain't really doing nothing really with it in a minute because people really didn't they weren't really going for the Seji Zone videos, so but we tried it on a whole different platform. So we'll see. We'll see what it is and what's going on specifically with that. Sham said, LOL, I think Tippy's racism sometimes is sarcasm, though, especially when she's tired. Tippy be just talking. Tippy just be talking. D Money said, Tippy would have a man if she wasn't so racist. That is crazy. Tippy said, I am pro-black love. Sham said, LOL, she's pro The Rock. She'll leave you if Dwayne Johnson would holler at her. Well, actually, it's not The Rock. It's actually the tribal chief. That's who she would go for. On the off chances none of those things work out, she would go for Omni-Man, of course. Things of that sort. I can already hear Tippy right now. Oh my goodness. Mo says, yeah, but if you like women 5'13", she's for you. That's crazy. Tippy, this man D Money was that Tippy is pro Samoan. Yeah, she is. She is. She is pro Samoan. She is. But yeah, y'all, that's pretty much it. That's all the videos that I actually have. I think I might have did I have another one? I think I might actually possibly have another one, but I guess I could just use that to like upload as a video later. But as I always stated to you guys, any of the videos that or clips that y'all were able to see in these videos, I will have those as solo content for people to catch up, directly on the things of that nature for your leisure. Because I know a lot of people are not going to really sit through a 4-hour, video. And it's crazy to actually think, because body wise, I don't even feel like I've been sitting here talking to you guys for 4 hours. It felt like it was just a few minutes, but looking at the fact that I'm in front of a window and that it was daylight when we started and now it's night, yeah, time obviously has passed. So yeah. But yeah, like I said, and I always do, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people here. Shout out to anybody who has donated directly to the channel. Shout out to Mo for the 10 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Again, it doesn't properly show up when it should show up, but I gotta actually have the windows open, and I gotta specifically go to a filter in order to spot these things. So yeah, shout out to y'all. Much love, respect, appreciation for anybody who donates to the channel by way of Patreon, Cash App, by way of the membership, super chats, super chats, and also by bits. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, y'all been with me for a minute, and I wouldn't be able to do the things that I do without people like y'all, without the love and support that I've been getting directly for over the years, that has kept me going more than much love, respect, and appreciation. Again, appreciate it a lot. What else do I normally say? I forgot. I got a whole spiel that I normally do, and I forgot it. But yeah, That's pretty much it. We got some videos coming directly up. D Money said, I need a happy belated birthday. Oh, happy belated birthday, man. I didn't even know it was your birthday. Let me tell you something. Happy belated birthday, sir. You're getting old out here in these streets. No, I'm playing. I do that to everybody I know. Got to sit up there and hit people with the old card real quick. Got to start buying people a cochlear and a cane. Got to get people that stone cold knee brace. Wow. Stuff of that nature. Stuff out here in the streets. You get up in age, you can start to feel the weather in your bones. It's a storm coming. About 3 miles yonder at 6:30 o'clock. And it'll last until dark 30. It was crazy work, but happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. It's diabolical. Diabolical. Sham was like, he not old. Timmy said, I hope you had an amazing, joyful day with less stress. This man D Money was like, bones starting to hurt. That man Apple says, start making noise when you get up. Yep. Sham said, why the bones can do weather, distance, and predictions. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. I remember my grandmother told me something like that before. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. I'm like, is this how old people get? Like, it's not like she had like a knee replacement or nothing. She was just like, hey, she can, she knows like weather and stuff is coming. I'm like, that's crazy. That is some wild work. Wild work. That is crazy. Let me see. D Money said, appreciate y'all. No problem, man. No problem. Like I said, the main thing I always tell y'all, if y'all, happen to get anything, going and stuff of that nature, Twitch, gaming or stuff like that, let me know. So I can try to, peer directly in, give some views, directly there and be a part of the conversation. I'm not even sure if Miss Anderson is still here. She probably not. That lady probably got off work and went to sleep. But yeah. Sham said, yep, my mom does that too. Her hands hurt when it's about to rain. That's crazy. That is crazy. Apple said when it gets cold, yep. D Money said, I'll be streaming. Wait, D Money, where are you streaming at? Are you streaming on what like Discord, Twitch, TikTok? Like, where are you streaming at? Because let me know, because I can you said YouTube. Wait, do I got you on YouTube? Matter of fact, I mean, you a moderator, just put your channel down there. I can't even get my words right. Yeah, just put the channel down there. So that everybody can sit up there and get to it. Now this man about to be sitting up there taking his sweet time, getting the link, copy and pasting, going back to the chat, copy and pasting the link in the chat, and then writing a comment. I know what he's doing. This man about to be taking a lifetime. This man about to be taking a lifetime. Look at this. Ain't no replies from D Money yet. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. The last reply was from Sham at like 43, and we're on 44. Look at this. Time is flying. Let me see. Well, I'm gonna have to actually go to the channel to click that. Let me see. Can I click it? All right, gotcha. This man's intro is staying sucker free in a world full of lollipops. And this man said, P.S. Let the clowns have the circus. This man D Money. Oh, word! This man, he got 1.1K. All right. I see you out here, brother. I see you out here. All right. Let's go. Hey, here we go. This man D Money, he didn't have what? Let me look at this. This man didn't had 224K views. This man didn't even tell nobody. And this man is monetized. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, son. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. This man is monetized too. I see the wait, is that the join button for the movie? This man got the join. This is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there. Let's go. That man fully monetized. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. Wait, what do you got? North American Tournament coupon code? Wait, what game is that for? Now I gotta see what games you be up here streaming. Let me see. Wait, is that Fortnite? No, that's not Fortnite. This man been out here getting views. Look at this. Hey, that man had the Ghost of Tsushima. He had 13K on that. Look at this. Look at this. This man pulling them. All right. Oh, that's the game. Yeah, it was a 3-on-3. Yeah. I knew those characters was looking familiar. Yo, this man is doing it. Look at this. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This man is out here doing it. Yo, I'm proud of you, brother. I'm 1,000%. Like I said, all you got to do now is with everything that you got, you just gotta go through some different games. Now I do get it if you might not be interested in those games, but I say like give them a shot. Give some different games, a shot here and there, and see what happens and whatnot. Because sometimes you might have to flip around, a few different games and whatnot to pique people's interest and whatnot. But yo, that's dope though. You got 1 point some K subscribers, and then you got a good 1,000+ on like videos and stuff. Yo, that is dope. That is dope. And the craziest part is it works like that quite frequently on smaller channels where it's like, all right, whatever your subscriber base is, you can easily net those views and then you can exceed that. And I'm like, I've never understood that because I'm like, if you have a lot of subscribers, you would think that would mean a lot of views. And it's like, yeah, nah. Like the game they be playing out here on these social media streets is crazy. Oh, wait. D-Money said I got a little sponsor from a mini basketball game. So that's what I stream mostly. Okay, yo. First of all, let's just get that. Let's just get that correct. You have a sponsor. It's not a little sponsor. You have a sponsor. Let me tell you something. I got 2 channels. I ain't never had a sponsor. Put that into like that just lets you know how far you basically come and what it is that you're doing and where it is that you go. You got a person here that has umpteen subscribers, 2 to 3 channels, ain't never been sponsored. You got a sponsor, my friend. You doing big stuff out here. I was about to cuss real quick. You doing big stuff out here. I'm just letting you know that's not a little sponsor. You have a sponsor. it is a complete different things coming from a person with no sponsor talking to a person with a sponsor. I'm trying to be like you. You got to understand. I'm trying to get like you. Like I said, one day when I grow up, hopefully by my next birthday, I will be like D-Money and I'll have a sponsor. But again, that's going to require me to do a whole different channel. So I'm prepared to do that. I'm completely fine with that. I just got to put more work and effort. But the other thing too is if people out there look at D-Money's channel, that's one of the things I tell people before on a serious note, where if you are committed and you want to specifically go directly for something, matter of fact, while I'm sitting up here talking, hold on. Now I gotta go back real quick. Let me do it that way. Let me see if I can do the. Can I do that? I don't know if it'll properly show up. Well, y'all might not be able to fully see it, but yeah, this basically this is D-Money's channel, right there. Like I said before, if y'all got something going, I will sit up there and showcase like the channel and stuff like that, because I don't got no problem sitting up here doing it, because y'all didn't sit up there and supported me and and donated and things of that nature. But yeah, this is the brother's channel directly here. Nothing but games, nothing but games. So again, if you are a gamer, stop by. I wish I could have technically done this when it was way more people here, because I feel like it would be way more impactful versus doing it at the tail end. But yeah, if you are into video games, pull directly up to one of our mods here, D-Money. This is his gaming channel, and he streams everything. I want to say you got PlayStation. Yeah, I know you on PlayStation. Yeah, so you got the 3v3 tournament. The man is sponsored. The man is monetized. So look at those. Stay and watch those commercials. And pay attention. If you want to sit up there and do more, the brother does have the hot join button. Got a nice membership directly up there. Show some love, support, and appreciation to the brother doing gaming. Got Ghost of Tsushima directly up there. Got the 3v3 tournament and things of that nature. Might even have some live streams and things of that nature. So like I said, support the hustle. Just gotta support. What is it? Mo said just subscribe. The money sitting up here rolling in the chat. This man. At first, I was sitting up there thinking, I was like, man, do I got D-Money on Xbox? And I thought about it. D-Money is an Xbox hater. He does not like Microsoft. So I'm like, obviously, we don't have D-Money on Xbox. Of course not. So yeah. This man is strictly PlayStation. Wow, that's crazy. That's this is the type of appreciation that I get on my channel. This man Mo was like, I'd rather watch D-Money than look at SEIJIHITO's trash gameplay. The craziest part is when you got haters and you know that they can't actually do nothing in shooters. This is how they like to sit up there and talk. I mean, I got tons of real. I got footage of Call of Duty, doing some great the Lord's work. I can't say nothing much from Mo. I don't know what he'd be doing. I don't know what he'd be cooking up. It ain't nothing on Call of Duty, I'll tell you that. Or Battlefield. It's wild work. Diabolical in nature. It's all love though. It's all love though. And this is coming from a person that has not touched Call of Duty in probably about 2 weeks. And I can probably outdo Mo if he were to get on Call of Duty right now. It's wild. Wild, I know. It's completely wild. It'd be like that though. It's but yeah, all love and support to D-Money though, all support. I gotta make sure to put that on my my gaming channel playlist so I can go through and binge some of the gameplay and stuff, go through like the videos and whatnot. Also, I would say D-Money, anything that you got that's a very like short video, just upload that as a short. Like anything that you got the one video is like it's like 54 seconds. Upload that bad boy as a short. Put that in vertical and upload that as a short. You can go through Canva and sit up there and do that. So that way, that's another area where people will view your content and stuff like that, instead of just the standard issued form and things of that nature. Seattle said, yeah, I have not seen you online for a bit. Wait, let me see where you. Let me see. I'm trying to sit up there. Let me see something real quick. I forgot. Let me see. Yo, Apple, what's your gamer tag? Because I got to start adding some of y'all. Like, the one thing I need them to do, I need to, like, on top of being able to put people as favorites on here, I want to be able to have a separate thing where I know, like, all right, these are my peoples from the channel and everything like that. Because it's very tough to do that when you got like close to like 300 people on like a friends list. It's hard to keep track of a lot of folks. Okay, Mega. Okay. I could swear, don't I got you favorited? I think I want to say. Let me see, Mega. Dun. I gotta go through my whole list. Let me tell you something. The alphabetical order that they got on here is a little bit crazy. Okay, there we go. Do we got you? I think I want to. Yeah, I think I have you favorited. Yeah, because you're not amongst the other folks directly up there. Yeah. So you are okay. Yeah. Okay, so I got you favorited. Or wait? Did I add you to? Oh, you know what? I know why. Because I forgot I got you added to the other what's the name? To the other gamer tag. That's why I think that's probably why I didn't see you on a list. So I think this is what I got 21 friends on this. Okay, yeah. Because it says you was on there like 6 hours. You know the funny thing is, I was supposed to be on Call of Duty to farm for the brand new attachment so I can get the akimbo shotty and just roll around with that. I haven't done it yet because I got caught up for the last few weeks on a game called Terminal Brigade. I'm not sure. Have you seen that one, Apple? Have you seen that game called Terminal Brigade? Was it Mega said? LOL. It's a real thing. Remember, I'm part of the Caribbean. Have my bloodline is from Barbados. Apple said you appear offline for me. Yeah, that's the other profile. I did that before due to the fact that technically on both profiles, because of the clowns that be on Call of Duty, where they want to just try to hurry up and like mass report you and stuff. So it's like, to make that more difficult, offline. So therefore, when it goes through their recents, I'm not really showing up there. So that's why you technically see me directly offline. What was it? Wait, how do you say that? Chansor? Matter of fact, I probably mispronounced it. I am apologizing. Miss CH. Just gonna put it as that because I'm not going to try to butcher it. You said hello, and I appreciate your content / program. New follow. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Thank you for taking time out to look at the content and some of the videos that are directly up there. Much love, respect, and appreciation, and thank you for becoming a new follower to the channel. Apple said, "Yeah, I got that. It's all right." No, I have not. Oh yeah, I got you. Let me see. Mo said, "Welcome to the family." She said, "Thank you." Hey, no problem. But yeah, I got you. So for D Money, I'm going to leave for what I would normally say on Twitch, leave a window open. So I got the browser directly open, and so the moment in time that you happen to start streaming, because I got the computer here and then the TV is directly to my right, I can just easily go directly to your live stream whatnot while I'm sitting up there playing the game. Or technically, depending on if I'm playing on Steam or not, I can do just 2 in 1. I could just play on the computer and have the stream and stuff open and whatnot. So yeah. But yeah. Yep. This is the Brothers D Money's channel. So again, if you are into gaming, you can go directly through and look at and binge the videos and check them out. Yo, I didn't even know you was monetized, man. Oh man, if I would have known this a while ago, I would have really been trying to sit up there and push people away, man. Y'all, like I said, y'all gotta let me know this stuff, man. This is like now I feel bad. I'm like, nah. All the times that I didn't, had some large live streams, I'm like, nah, I really could have just, put some stuff directly out there. We looked that up before, Tippy. Didn't we? That's crazy. This man Mo said watching 2 Dead Roaches play Call of Duty is better than watching SEIJI. See, this is what haters look like. Shout out to all of my haters. This man Mo is diabolical with the hateration. That is some crazy work directly out. This man said 2 Dead Roaches. That is crazy. This one Tippy was like, I subscribed and left a comment. Tippy done picked a random video and was like, just left a random comment. Also, remember, Tippy, D Money plays on PlayStation. So he got some, some PlayStation games directly up there. So you got Ghost of Tsushima, directly up there. Different, got some build videos, different things like that. Also got the coupon codes for 3-on-3. Like I said, that's dope. I'm proud of you, man. That is dope. Like I said, this is what I love to see. This is what I love to see. This is dope. This is dope. That is dope. Wait, what did she tell me to look up? D-Money was like, what type of comment? I bet it was racist. Oh my goodness. What did Tippy say? Look up Barbados. How to pronounce that? Let me wait. Didn't I bookmark this? I think. All right, so let me take that down real quick. Sakuna. Yo, where's my bookmark? What's the name at? That's crazy. I cannot bookmark at this moment in time, which is a little bit jacked. That Sakuna voice is always loud. What was it? She said, matter of fact, let me just go to the live stream and copy and paste. Got to be lazy out here right now. Let me see. What did she say? Look up. So she got started. Tippy. How am I supposed to look this up? I mean, I looked it up. I don't know what I'm supposed to see, Tippy. I don't know what I'm supposed to see. It's like I see people enjoying like weather in the tropics. I see food. I see clear waters. I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to see here. I'm a little bit confused. He said for research purposes. I'm highly confused. I don't even know. Someone said do research, and I'm like, what am I researching? Looking up images. I see food, see women, see money, flags. Look here, Tippy. I don't know. You can't say I didn't sit and look it up. I did. Tippy, if you don't look this up, she been said that before. I almost feel like at this point it's been like hundreds of times. Because whenever we start having the topics, Sham is the main one to start getting on people real quick. She is like, I ain't playing these games. She's like, yeah, we're going to sit up there and we're going to put out this fire real quick. She's like, we ain't doing this. She be calling people out real quick. Tip was like, I want to see her people. Tip, if you don't look it up on your iPhone, rich woman. This woman said, tall snoo woman, dear Lord. Ah, man. Here we go. Here we go. Lord have mercy. This is why I can't take y'all nowhere. I mean, it don't technically really show nothing at all. Technically, when you type it in and then you put women directly in there. How did Rihanna? Oh yeah, she is from Barbados. Rihanna is. Yeah, it's not really showing up nothing really. Yeah, it's not really showing up nothing technically. You said this is the first time I actually look it up. Okay, fine. Sorry, Sham. He didn't want to learn nothing. I'm like, Tippy likes to flip this every single time. I swear to God. You said look up the Barbados parade. Barbados parade. Now I gotta go back. Let me go back to the stream. Nah, I'm not, because I know what I'm going to sit up there and see. So I'm not showing nothing there. Let me see. Let me see. Barbados parade search. Oh yeah, I've seen this before. I think I highlighted the picture that I had of I think what was it like Rihanna? That was like a screensaver that I had where it was like the carnival. Yeah, it was like this. Yeah, we can't show this on the channel. Yep, that was the one picture right there, and they actually got it up there too. Like I always thought, like looking at these parades, I always thought it was dope. Like the way that the women were like dressed up and whatnot. I thought it was always dope. Where did the random white girl even come from? She looked like she is from the UK. Yeah, I see it though. But you can't tell if none of those women are tall though. So that's the other thing, because some of those women look short. This man Mo said, Lord, I just looked at the Barbados parade. Wait, let me see. Mira might have looked up the. Wait, no, I looked up the right one. Let me see. Right, yep, images. I mean, technically for me, everything came up all right. And it's all clean on my angles. It's pretty fair. Everything is pretty fair. But yeah, the costumes are dope though. Costumes are pretty dope though. Let me see. Tippy said, "Wow, if she comes from women that look like that, then I know Sham is gorgeous." Let me see. See, I will say, God bless black women. Sham said it's a festival of Kadoment was originally for harvest. Try to find the ones with men in it, and you'll see a lot of women are taller than the men. Okay. This man. Miss CH said her mom needs to contact her dad and let him know that his daughter is asking for her father to be in her life. I started watching a bit late. Oh, I got you. No problem. Yeah. Yeah, it took me a minute because I was reading your comment. I was like, wait, what is she talking about? So you were talking about the previous. I got what you're talking about, yeah. That's why I was saying, like, there's two parts, two sides to every story. So, I would like for the father to be able to show up and give his part, because like I said, even given in real life, my mom, she allowed me to have a conversation with my dad. She didn't impede on the conversation. She didn't try to direct the conversation any type of way. She didn't try to impose her feelings or whatever it is that they went through directly on me so that I'll feel a certain type of way. She allowed it to be a blank slate and allowed me to have the conversation or the interaction with my father, and for me to, figure out the type of person he is, or whatnot or whatever. So, But yeah, pretty much that is it. I wasn't actually trying to go for longer. We are at 4 hours and 38 minutes currently at this moment in time. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Again, shout out to D Money. Shout out to also to any of the other December folks directly out here. I mean, if you celebrate birthdays, much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to you. Happy birthday. And what else? And yeah, I guess I'll end the live stream, so can sit up there and watch D Money whenever he sets up. Excuse me, whenever he sets up his stream and decides to go live, and watch him play some of his games up there. Apple said, "Hey, said you jumping on Call of Duty or watching D Money stream?" I mean, technically, you can do both at the same time, because I can leave a window open and I can jump on Call of Duty. Because I guess I'll just let the live stream just basically just go, and whatever videos that I was going to post, I'll probably just do that a little bit later throughout the night. Something like that. Because I've been sitting up here talking for about 5 hours, so I'll probably just give it a little bit of a rest, give my voice, a bit of a rest. Sham said, "LOL, I think D Money was going live." Yeah. See, Apple said, "Yes, let's all watch D Money play. No pressure." Sham said, "I'm not jumping on any games. I'm fighting pneumonia for a week now." Oh yeah, we got you. We got you, Sham. It is all good. It is all good, Sham. It's all good. Tippy said, "I'll watch it." Yeah, so that's what we'll do. We'll I guess we'll just be waiting for D Money to go live, and we'll be watching what is happening. Wait, don't I still got the window open? Oh, I don't. Wait a minute. Let me just go back. I think I can click. Oh, matter of fact, I should be able to go back up in chat real quick. There we go. Yes, I already got that open. So yeah, whenever you go live, I got the window open, and I can just click the button and start the watchings. You better not be losing D Money. Let me tell you. I gotta pull the mo now. You better not be losing. you better be winning all your matches, because they've been putting pressure on me since, like, what was it? Call of Duty, what, Cold War? Cold War and Vanguard or something like that. I forgot which Call of Duty was they were watching. Man, talking all types of mess, especially during the pandemic. Wild work. What was it? Tippy said drink ginger tea and lemon water, ginger ale, and chicken soup. That's a lot of liquids, Tippy. You need something to absorb. This man D Money said 7 p.m. CST. What type of time? Hold on. I gotta look at this. 7 p.m. So for my timeline, this man D Money said that he will be live at around 8 p.m. All right. I got you. No problem there, sir. I got you. So 8 p.m. I'll just keep the window open. Or as they say for Motel 8, we keep the light on for you. So we'll do that. D Money said, I lose sometimes, can't win them all. Yeah, try telling that to Gail and to Tippy. Who was that was also be talking mess? Nene would be talking mess when she was here. I think Q would be talking mess. Trills. Who else? It was one other person that would be talking mess. Mo, of course. This man said, watching two monkeys with Down syndrome playing Call of Duty is better than watching SEIJIHITO. That's crazy. It's diabolical, this man. Miss CH says, say it louder. I'm black and we are proud. That's bars. And man, Mo just be a hater. Sorry. It's because he can't, he got two left hands. Mo can't play games. It's all right. It's like how people say that people who can't dance because they got two left shoes. Mo got two left hands. It is A-okay. It's all right. It is all right. He can never get down with the games because he was never able to play. It is okay. We got it. This man can't even play Bejeweled. It is all right, brother. It's all love. It is all love. It is all love. But yeah, I'll let y'all go and go get y'all some food, order something, get your feng shui in order. Get some Uber Eats, catch up on some anime and pop in around 8 o'clock to D Money's live stream and check that out. Peer directly in, get the views up, get the likes up, chat, be a part of the conversation, things of that nature. But yeah, I'll catch y'all in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.